Okay. How's everybody doing? I think I hear a cat crying. Yeah, it's because my voice is naturally good. Naturally good. Mm. Hello, Taradra. How are you? Hola, Chet. See, Taradra, let me show you something. You see this? This is a truck that's taken care of.
Discovery, go at throttle
This
up.
is a truck that I'm on the verge of getting back to work. All right? This is how somebody cares for their truck. Unlike you. Unlike you. I'm not like we're not the same. We're not the same. Yurovich, hey, 27-month resub. Jeff, how you doing? Taken care of. How long did it not run? A lot less time than yours, fool. Boom! Roasted. Okay, moving on. Yeah, looks good. Gotta get that exhaust figured out. Play this game. Roger, why are you posting pictures of dresses on Twitter and then saying, I meant to ask you. What's that about? Because I might be wearing a dress in 10 days. Okay. Any particular reason why? Just got accepted for EE master's degree today. Nice, Jeff. There you go. Sweet. Cool bananas. Subathon with no time limits and incentives. Okay. Cheers. Nice. Okay. So, we got to finish some wires in the engine bay. But the engine bay is pretty much good to go. I also have to work on the coolant lines, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so yeah, we also got a SpaceX launch in another couple hours, give or take. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna finish up the engine bay stuff today. There's just a little bit of wires that I have to clean up. Going into the firewall. And then once we do that, then we gotta go underneath the dash and we gotta fix that. That's a mess. Yeah, that's something that we're gonna need to fix. Yeah, we gotta fix that. Yeah, we gotta fix that. So, let's get to it, shall we? Shall we, chat? Captain John Patrick Mason, General Shah. All right. Of Her Majesty's SAS. Retired, of course. All right, let me load up chat. Testicles. All right, we're good. The SpaceX launch will take over 1.5 hours. Payload deploy sequence will start at T plus 5750 and wrap up at T plus 1 hour 27. Okay. Yeah, we should probably finish what we need to do before that. Alright, so see these wires that are not wrapped up? We got to get at those today. So let me get the Tessa tape out. The Quintessa tape. Drummer, did I tell you Tess and I were talking about Worcestershire and who has the better Worcester, you or us, and then That prompted Tessa to send me some Worcestershire sauce. Seriously. Tessa sent me Worcestershire sauce. I'm like, what? Okay, I don't know what you want me to do with it. She's like, no, put it on things. I'm like, yeah. All right. I think. Okay. All right. Right. Okay. So, we need to get this stuff kind of all fine and dandy here. Okay. I promptly threw it in the harbor. That's right. That's right. It went right into the ocean. Right into the ocean. Drummer, I'm gonna hang on. Let me read the last thing that you said here. Jeez, drummer. That's crazy. Alright, well, we'll have to figure that out later. Someone bought you Marmite peanut butter? That's gross. Oh, man. Getting the interior is gonna... The interior of that thing is gonna suck. But that's what we got to do today. So let's just finish up, button up these wires. So if you haven't seen the engine bay, I pretty much finished the wiring. All the wire harnesses is all covered up. There's no spaghetti wires anywhere. That's supposed to be like that before anybody else says anything. So that's just the open wires to the voltage regulator. And then obviously the negative and positive terminal needs to go over here like this. That's where the battery would be. I took the battery out to get the coronet going. But yeah, it's over there. We can get it back. Yeah, that's the last bit over here that we have to figure out. Everything else is A-okay. And then we got to go figure out what's going on underneath the dash, which is going to suck. But it's okay. All right. Did you get the neutral switch fixed? No. I'm not about to turn into that conversation, but the switch is on back order. Should be here. It was only on back order for a second. I bought it like a week ago. It'll be here next week, something like that. Maybe this week, maybe next, who knows. I have a replacement B&M switch though. It's right from B&M. So yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, good times though. All right. Have you tested that the alternator charges the battery? Yeah, Benno. Well, I mean, I haven't tested it. I know it does, but I haven't tested it. But even then, the alternator's an easy fix. It's 2 bolts and 3 wires. But on the Coronet, I put a battery on my trickle charger for like, it was on there for like 3 weeks. And then I went to put that battery in the Coronet. The battery on the frickin', look, here, I'll show you. You want to see something weird? Look at this. So, this is the battery right here. I'll show you something very weird. All right, we'll do that this way. and then we'll put that down here. Okay, battery, right? There it is. How much? It's a 12 volt system. Who can tell me how much power that battery should be generating if I put a voltmeter to it? What's the draw? What should we get from that battery? Who knows? You should be getting 13 to 14, exactly. You guys got it. I got to find my voltmeter. I don't know where it is. Ah, there it is. Got it. So check this out. This I couldn't figure out. Maybe you guys can help me. So, voltmeter. I'm going to set it to 20 volts, right? We'll set it to 20. Watch this. Strangest freaking thing. Black to negative, red to positive. Ready? It's reading 13 and a half, right? And this battery did work on the Coronet previously. I know it works. I put it on the trickle charger. It's reading 13.5. You guys can't see that. Hold on. Look. 13.52. I put it on the Coronet. Nothing happened. Nothing. Not even a starter solenoid click, Taradra. You know when you click it and it's out of batteries, you hear the starter solenoid actuating? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. I took the truck's battery out and I put the truck battery in the Coronet. It works fine. Now, I haven't really compared cold cranking amps, I suppose. I don't know if that's going to make that much of a difference. What's the CCA on my Optima here? So this is the truck's battery right here. $750 cold cranking amps. This is 700. But this battery has worked in the Coronet before. I still have the Coronet's battery hold down on it, which is weird, man. That's strange. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Check the amps. Oh, Mason, you're here. What should this be giving me for amperage, and where should I set my amperage, dude? DC amps. Am I dumb? Over here, right? Right here? Dude, I still have freaking axle grease in my freaking knuckles from the other day from fixing the hubs. Is that the right one, Mason? $1080C. There we go. I am unsure. All right, well, let's just electrocute ourselves. Woo! Hello. Yeah, I don't want to do that again. It sparked a little bit, dude. Oh, you smell that ozone? Oh, man, that's some Hall effect action right there. It was not a lot. That was low amperage because the sparks were sparks didn't make that much of a spark. Sloppy EE here. All right, Sloppy, I got a question for you, my brother. This and Mason is too, but I want to figure this out. So check this, dude. Look. So I have a car outside that I was working on, right? The other day. This I can't figure out. So we go to voltage, right? I set this to 20 volts because this is a 14 volt system, right? If you check the Optima battery, right? Hey. Whoa, it's welding these. What the hell? Alright, hold on. Maybe I gotta put this back over here. Maybe I gotta put this back over here so it doesn't do that. Ready? There we go. Alright, so check the voltmeter. Look. Ready? We put that here on the Optima battery. Right? And it reads what? 12.4. Alright? Now I put that on this Duralast over here, right? The Duralast. Oh, you can't see it. The Duralast reads 1411. This battery works, this battery doesn't. If I plug this battery into the Dodge outside, this one works, this one doesn't. This one has more volts, this one doesn't work. Or the yellow one works, this one has more volts though. Strangest freaking thing ever. Yeah, I changed the leads back, yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, I know about rockets. Electrical is not one of the things I'm very good at. Why? So this one has 750 cold cranking amps, and this has 700. This battery has worked with the Dodge previously. I mean, so has this one. But I put this one on a charger, right? And it friggin' didn't do anything. It's making the voltage. Maybe I should test this one with the truck and see if it works. How old is the Duralast? Last year? It's not very old. When I took it off the trickle charger, though, there was corrosion here. Just on a side note. There was corrosion on the posts. And I don't know if I set the trickle charger right. Nothing, Sloppy. Nothing. Not even voltage to the light. Like the dome light. Nothing. There was no power. No draw, no nothing. Like, and then I would hook plus and minus up, and there was no spark. There was no draw. Nothing. The battery wasn't drawing anything, and then when I started it, nothing happened. I literally took the posts off, put this battery in, put the post on, car started right up. Strangest freaking thing I've ever seen. And this is some electrical engineering thing that I just don't understand. And that doesn't mean that I can't learn it, but I seriously don't know what that means. My boyfriend said you could just go to the auto store and they'll throw it on a load tester for you if you want. Yeah. You have a car battery charger. I do, Diaz. Yeah. I do. It's a diehard. Here. I have a trickle charger. It's over here. Here, I'll show you the exact settings that I had. You have to configure the trickle charger, and I have a sneaking feeling that I did not do that. I didn't configure it right, but I'll show you. This is what I had it set to. Like here. This is what I had it set to when I would put it on the trickle charge. It's just like the one in Summer Car. Now, I can select the rate selector. 10 amps will charge quicker than 2, I'm pretty sure, right? I had it set to 10. Strangest freaking thing, dude. It's not even reading a charge. Hello? Maybe this thing is junk. Interesting. Here, let me check the reservoirs on this battery. Yeah, whatever. I don't feel like opening that right now. It doesn't want to open. I could get a screwdriver or something, but whatever. Strangest thing, dudes. I don't know. I know it's me. I know I did something wrong. Like, I don't think it's the battery, because that battery, this one is new. Yeah, there's fluid in it, Blackbird. Yep. Where did you get the Duralast from? Where do you think? It's an AutoZone special, dude. I didn't pay too much for it. But the Coronet needed a new battery. But this one, you know, I'll take this one and we'll put this one back on the truck. The Optima works great. It's a really, really nice battery. Ow. See, no draw. Cool. All right, just keep that there. The negative's off. With that battery charger, try measuring the voltage with the multimeter to see if it's doing something. Yeah. Did you measure the ohms across the leads? I didn't measure ohms across the leads. I measured voltage across the leads, Slop. The Duralast makes 14, and the Optima makes 12.5 because I've been using it. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. The alternator should be charging it. Oh crap, the alternator in the Coronet might be bad then. That's for another day. Lick the terminals. No, I'm good. Try ohms. Okay. What should I set it to? Should we set it to 20k ohms or 200k or 10A constant current over a 48-hour period is bad. So, yeah, I had a feeling that might have been it, Kev. You think I toasted it? Yeah, I probably wrecked it. The smallest one, 200. Okay. Okay, the lowest on this is 200. Let me put it on here. It's not reading anything. Let me put it on 2M, see what happens. Screen goes blank. Seriously. The screen goes blank. Set it to 20k? Let's see that. I'm just rifling through the options. Nope, blank again. It goes blank. What the frick is that about? Well, something's wrong with that. I think I broke that. You probably boiled the water out of it. Yeah, I think setting it to 10A toasted that battery. I think you guys are right. I knew I did something wrong. It's not, because guys, look, it's a freaking battery. There's no parts that fail on that damn thing except if you let it drain, right? Like, I know I did something wrong. It's like when we're messing with something in KSP. It's like,
Discovery,
you know, I know when the behavior is incorrect. Illness, 58-month resub. Can't do that with that type of meter. It's protecting itself. Yep, yep. Might have to add some distilled water to level it back up. Yeah, that's if the, what is it? If the cell isn't toast. Let's get, we'll just wire for now. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, so set that to 2A next time. Good to know. Yeah, Hillness, we're getting there. Have you tried setting it to Wombo? No. You got it set to M for Mini when you should have it set to W for Wombo. Here, just on a side note, you want to see the car that I took apart completely? Take a look. I didn't take it apart completely, but see it over there? Your battery charger should automatically turn off when it's fully charged. What a stupidly cool truck. Yeah, thanks, Jack. You know, I Wombo, hey Wombo, he, she, they, Wombo, Wombo, Wombo wing. Yeah, interesting, Mason. Okay, mine's not exactly set up like that, but yeah. Can't really see the Coronet because of the light, but whatever. Dude, I had that car completely, all four, like almost, well, not almost all four hubs, but almost all four hubs in a day. It was a pain in the butt. I did an old Vice Script garage special on it. All right, let's go. All right. Cool. It's good enough. All right, so we got to button up these wires over here. Here, I'll put you guys on the master cylinder so you can see. Can you see okay? Yep. Excellent. I'm late to this game. Did he slap a new engine and transmission? Yeah, I can give you a little background on it, dude, real quick. So, this is a 59 Ford F100. This is not the original engine. It has a 302 swap in it. This truck was originally a 3 on the tree with a 292 Y block. That's how it came from the factory. The guy before me, my uncle, I bought it from my uncle in 2009. He swapped the 302 with a C4, 3-speed into it. So a little bit of background on the truck. The truck was made in February of 1959 at Ford's Dallas, Texas plant. So this is a Texas truck, and I'm very proud of that. I'm not from Texas, no. I'm from Massachusetts, like the furthest place from Texas, but I am proud that I have a damn Texas truck and I'm keeping it on the road. Or in the garage. What? It's almost back on the road, okay? Stop giving me crap. I can feel your judgment through the camera. God. So this truck was built in February of 59, and then it was sold to a farmer in Iowa and promptly served 30 years on a farm. From like 59 to so it's 59 to 89. It served 30 years on a farm in Iowa. I'm still getting clay. I still dig clay out of the frame from time to time. Yeah, there's clay, farming clay everywhere in this truck. You should see how much I've taken out. There's still little bits of it everywhere. Anybody that's worked on a farm knows exactly what I'm talking about. The clay that happens. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, I had to clean a lot of that out. So, okay, that aside, in like the late 80s, early 90s, my uncle bought it, and he brought it back from Iowa to Massachusetts, and then he did all kinds of stuff to it. It was painted at some point. I don't know if he painted it or the person before him painted it. The truck was originally beige, like work truck beige. You know exactly, like it's like a milk truck color almost. Like a milk truck pastel green, I guess. And then it was painted, it was blue for a little while, which is weird. And then it was red after that, and it stayed red. I've kept it red for a little while. I don't know if I'll paint it. I did this paint here to just fix it, to make it look nice. It's good from afar, but far from good. And my uncle put a 302 in with C4 transmission. And yeah. I bought it in 2009. I drove it until 2012, and then I decided I wanted to do a frame-off restoration, right? And that's what I was doing in my spare time. I did the bed on this truck. I painted the entire bed in this garage with an impromptu paint booth using rattle cans and a fan for ventilation with a HEPA filter. Yeah. And then in 2012, I decided to take the whole thing apart. Yeah. And then, at the end of 2012, while I was mid-restoration with this thing, it was in pieces, I started streaming, and that became my side hustle, and that took up all my spare time, and then that became my job, and then it took up all my time, period. So now I'm trying to work my way back and get this thing back up on the road. It's been an interesting story, but yep, that's my truck. You should paint it pink. No. Hey, Shinobi. How are you? Charger's just a trickle charger, not a smart charger. It's dumb and will keep pumping constant current. Yep. I'm from Iowa. Makes sense. Yep. Next project. What is this? Oh, God, no, I'm good. That's a great story. Bring a trailer worthy. Yeah, no, this truck's staying with me. I like it. It's a Texas truck, and this is the first car I've ever built from nothing. I took it. Now, I did take it completely apart. Don't get me wrong. I did take it completely apart. But I had this down to the shell. It was a frame with a cab on it, and that's it. It was the chassis with a cab on it. That's it. And I've completely rebuilt the damn thing from the ground up. It's the first car I've ever done. Say I'm doing okay. I'm not a car restorer by any means. I do this for fun on my days off. Sometimes before I go to work, streaming. But yeah, I enjoy it. It's fun. This is like playing with Legos, only much bigger. And then you can use them. I like it. I like old cars. Outside, I have a 69 Coronet that I just fixed. If you notice, I still have axle grease in my hands from where I had to rebuild the hub and repack the bearings. The 69, I rebuilt all 4 drums, or at least because I broke the wheel cylinders, but that's another story, because I snapped the bleeder nipple off, which is fun, because I'm an idiot. Still learning. Yeah, it's a 69 Coronet 500 with a 318 and a 904. It has a 7 1/4, 320 something non-posi rear end. It's pretty gutless, but it's fun. It's fun to drive. Cruiser. It's a going to town rig. And then my daily is an '08 Mustang GT, 5-speed. It's better than the newer vehicles nowadays. It's built to last. Yeah, I mean, I like older cars because they're simple and easy to work on. They're easy to get running. They're easy for a meathead like me to figure it out. And I pretty much have. I mean, you guys have helped me with the wiring and stuff, I'm not going to lie. But, all right. Anyway, I've been trying to do this for an hour now. Paint it Delta 2 blue. Yeah, it's a highway gear Roadrunner. But dude, Roadrunner, that 302, they're not that 302, the 318 in the Dodge, I hadn't run the Coronet in about a year. Seriously, it's just been sitting, and it's starting to show, which really does suck. At this point, it would probably need to be frame off, restoed. But the 318 and the 904, flawless, man. I started up the 318, filled up the float bowls through the carb vent, right? And this is not going to make sense to people that don't understand cars. So I opened the hood, took the air filter off, put some gasoline into the float bowls through the vent. 2 things of ether, started the carb, started right up. I set the timing. Timing was a little out, which is strange. That means the timing chain is going, because timing shouldn't change unless you skipped a tooth somewhere. I set the timing, and yeah, dude, it's fine. Thing's great. It started right up. The engine is giving me no problems. That 318 I get it. It's a 318. It's not a 440, but thing's loyal as hell, dude. Distributor bolts loose? Well, I checked it, Blackbird, because maybe. It could be that. I did whatever. If it was that, I tightened it back down. I crank mine until I have oil pressure and then set the choke, and the 440 comes to life all the time. We should put a 440 in that thing. Yeah, we should put a 440 in that thing. We should do that. That'd be a good idea. That's a project for another day. Let's finish the truck first. But yeah, the Coronet fired right up to life, and I drove it about 15 miles there and back to a show. Or 15 miles there, 15 miles back to a show. It's overheating. The steel radiator's toast. I put stop leak in it. It's got pinhole leaks all over the place. And it's definitely losing a lot of coolant. The thing's overheating, so... Yeah, the Coronet's going to need a new radiator. I'll do that on stream once this is running. We'll bring the Coronet in here and we'll do a swap. We'll do a radiator swap. And we'll flush the coolant system while we're at it. It's a new water pump on there, so it's got to be the radiator at this point. That 318 runs real hot. And I tried to... So what I did was I tried to not lean it out. I tried to richen up the mixture to get it to run cooler. And it worked. I mean, screw fuel efficiency, right? Like, why do I need that? Oh God, please not stop leak. The radiator's on its last legs anyway, Kev. I'm not a stop leak kind of guy, but I wanted to drive it to the show. Don't worry, I was watching the engine like a hawk. If the engine got near 180, believe me, you can feel it. There's no rugs in the Coronet. You'll feel it through the transmission, through the housing. Now I do have an exposed piece of metal right here. I'm going to electrical tape that up. See that? We got to electrical tape that up. Yeah, Kev, I wouldn't put stop leak in the radiator unless it was toast. That radiator's junk. In the 60s, they made a lot of radiators out of steel. Thing about steel is that it's very oxidizer prone. It's very oxidization prone. It's rusted. Dude, you put your finger in there and it looks like you freaking... It looks like you put your finger in the coolant and it looks like you stuck your finger in dog poop. The thing's toast. The radiator's shot. And it's the original radiator, which kind of sucks, but whatever. It's a steel core radiator. Or I think it's steel with brass, if I'm remembering right. But the steel is shot, dude. So I'm just going to get an aluminum radiator and put it in there. That's the alternator exciter wire. By the way, that's what I'm buttoning up right there. Stop leaks should be against the law. It stopped the leaks. At the behest of the radiator, it probably clogged this stupid thing. All right, so this is insulative tape. It's called Tesa tape, or Tesa tape, whatever you want to call it. This protects against heat and vibrations and stuff. Basically just protects the wires. There we go. I hate how I kept the headlight harness separate from the ignition harness, so if I had to take one apart, it would be easy to do. But yeah. I gotta get those wires up there at the top. Does it still have a fan shroud? It's from '69. It didn't have a fan shroud in it, dude. Thanks, Blackbird. Cygnus Unbirthing is live now on NASA TV. Why does NASA decide to do cool things on Tuesdays, man? They did the EVA last week on frigging Tuesdays. They freaking... Thomas, why? Why? Why, man? Why? So I'm going to get this the three-way intersection here. This is why you should probably take the harness out before you do any of this, but it's all right. Okay. So I have you can get the grommet here that goes through the firewall, but that's on back order because why wouldn't it be? So right now I'm just gonna put some I'll put some of the sheathing through there. You missed a slight area on the underside of that cable. Oh, okay. I see it. Thank you. Right here? Oh, I see it. Yep, yep. Thanks, man. Yeah, you don't want this stuff to rub. Did I get it? Nope. You can still see that red wire. Come on, you. I think I got it that time. Yep, okay, that's all covered under there. Ah. There you go. There you go, bud. Alright, so this is the light harness. This is the front lights, headlights, tail lights. That's all the same thing. Sorry. And then we're gonna sheath that going into there, and then split it. Okay. Let me see if I have some big boy sheathing. Did you catch that? Catch what? Ah, victory. Sir, we have captured the queen. Ah, victory. Nice. I love it. This will work. The fact that you are getting a voltage and you had no reading on ohms means that the battery isn't shorted. Oh, okay. Thanks, Sloppy. Yeah, Sloppy, I figured, like, I'm still learning this, dude, so I don't like blaming the equipment, you know what I mean? Like, I'm still learning this, so it's like, with the regular games that I play, dude, it's entirely possible that, like, because I know so much more about, like, playing KSP, right? The game that I play on stream when I'm not working on the truck. When I'm playing that, I know that game enough to know if there's a glitch or whatever. Like, but with this, dude, you don't know for sure. Like, no, that doesn't look right here. Bun down, shoe, pan. No, that's not right. Oh, Mr. Krabs, I am so confused. So, in lieu of the frickin' grommet, I'm just gonna do that right now. Turn that upside down so water doesn't get in there. It's kind of lame, kind of cheapy, but I know it'll work. Something just to protect the wires so they don't get all messed up. Where you can't put a grommet, it's not uncommon to double up split loom. Just tape the end so it doesn't slide off. Yeah, I'll tape that up, dude, for sure. For sure. All right, let's get this figured out. Okay. Yeah, split loom. I always forget the name of this thing, dude. But just like space, dude, you gotta learn the nomenclature, or else you'll sound like you have no idea what you're doing. But then again, I kind of don't. Like, I'm not a professional at this. So it kind of works out. Get good. Oh. Goalie contributing nothing to the conversation as per usual. Good to see you, man. How are you? Yeah, let's tape up the split loom here. Goalie, when's the Sonoma getting done, bro? Dude, I saw one. There was one at the auto show, dude. I saw it. It wasn't yours. It wasn't like yours, but it was close. Guy was running a 383. A 383 on an S10 that was bagged, which was pretty cool. I thought it was neat. I mean, I don't think it'll go as fast as the one that you're making, so. But yeah, it's still pretty rad. Doing all right. About to make a pick. 110,000 pounds at 75 feet. Nice, man. When did you start working on cars? With your dad? No. I mean, my dad's into cars, dude, but he's not into cars like I am. Like, I'm not trying to sound crazy. My dad is like me with sports, though. My dad's a sports nutcase. Like, sports to my old man is what space is to me. And don't get me wrong, my dad likes space and everything and cars and whatnot. I started working, so, okay, I took high school auto. I don't know if you guys had an auto shop course, but there was some semblance of vocational activity at my school when I was in high school. I think it's since gone. I think they destroyed the auto shop and the wood shop, and then they brought back the wood shop, but they brought back the wood shop to make set pieces for the theater program. So, yeah, I took a lot of high school auto. I cut my teeth doing oil changes on teachers' cars. Yeah, the teachers would come in and get free oil changes. I would change the oil. No, I wouldn't do anything stupid. That's dumb. So, I took a lot of high school auto. I was rebuilding small blocks. Okay, part of the auto shop curriculum was going to the dump, going to the recycling center or whatever you want to call it, and going and finding lawnmower engines, taking them apart and putting them back together. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not this good. I was good, but I wasn't this good. I was taking apart small block Chevys and putting them back together. Like, I wouldn't have tried to run it. It probably would have broken because I didn't know what bearing clearance was. So I was taking them apart and I was putting them back together, and while the other kids were taking apart lawnmowers. I think I took apart a 4-cylinder from a Kia as well. Yeah, I just ended up taking auto shop. Like, my senior year, I took like 6 or 7 of the same auto shop course. Dude, I was freaking moron. Like, not how I am now in high school. I was very much a loner, and I just worked on cars all day, changing oil and stuff. That's where I learned. And then I bought the truck in 09. And I started taking it apart and figuring out how it works. Now, don't get me wrong. Do not buy a project car and then just start taking it apart. Don't do that. I am a very good example of why you shouldn't do that. But that's what I did to learn. Now, keep in mind, this is still 08, 09, or well, 2012. Even in 2012, with the internet the way it was, there wasn't the resources that you had now. So, I probably could have figured out how this came apart today by Googling. So, yeah, like that's how I learned that. And that's where I learned basic wrenching. You know what? I don't like this split. The split loom is split right there. I think I can make this better if I don't split it. I don't like cutting this up into little pieces. But I do have a ton of extra split loom just in case. So that's how I learned. And then ever since then, like, what's really helped? YouTube. Seriously. Now, don't get me wrong. This is because it's because I go and seek out this content, But YouTube can teach you everything about old cars. Seriously. Teach you everything you need to know. All the automotive restoration channels that are out there, they'll teach you a bunch. The problem is that there's no standardized curriculum, so some of the stuff could be wrong. But over time, if you watch a lot of it, you can selectively figure out what's right and what's wrong, you know? Now, like, combined with the auto shop knowledge that I know, that and I'm a loser and read service manuals for fun. Like, I have the truck service manual over there. I read about this all the time. Like, when I stop streaming, I'm just reading about cars, watching car shows, and reading about space. That's it. That's all I really do. I don't really have a life, you know. I'm serious. Ask anybody that knows me. Ask Primo. It's all I do. You know, bulkhead or grommet, it's back ordered, man. It's back ordered. Because, of course, it's back ordered. Why wouldn't it be? When I was in high school, I took a naval architecture class. That's cool. Yeah, YouTube taught me a lot. A lot. Our woodshop class made sure for that our theater they framed it like a house instead of flats. Yeah. Yeah, who knows what the woodshop is being taught at that school nowadays. They just, all they do is use it for set pieces. Never mind, like I was taught framing carpentry. I was taught how to frame. That's what I did in woodshop. I mean, you made stuff out of wood, obviously, but I was taught how to frame things. I was taught how to do framing carpentry and stuff. Now, don't get me wrong, it's all probably out of code at this point. This was 15 years ago. But yeah, I was taught how to build a house, basically. I mean, not build a house, but I'm going to double up on the split loom here. I learned all kinds of stuff. So funny story, like my dad, and this is a Massachusetts kind of anecdotal story, so if you don't know Massachusetts, this isn't going to make any sense. My dad's from the city, like the city. He grew up in Quincy. If anybody knows what that means, Quincy wasn't always the nicest neighborhood to live in. And my auto shop teacher, just by pure coincidence, went to high school with my dad. So I got, dude, okay, 16-year-old EJ was a little shit. Like, that's the best way I'd describe 16-year-old me, just a little shit, right? So, freaking, so when parent-teacher came around my freshman year, right? And now I wasn't 16 freshman year, but you get the idea. When that came around, my dad freaking, like parent teacher comes in and they come in and they see the teacher and my dad's like, no way. And my auto teacher, Mr. B, was like, holy crap, Mr. EJ? And he's like, Mr. B? Yeah. Oh yeah. And freaking, they were like, you go, yeah, my auto teacher was very candid. He's like, yeah, he's a little shit. And then my dad's like, yeah, I know. Make sure he doesn't do anything dumb. And I'm like, uh-oh. Oh yeah, Geeson, I was pretty bad though. I was pretty bad. Like, it's funny because I was the quiet kid, but I'd also, yeah. So yeah, basically I had, because of that, I was taught a little bit differently than everyone else. Like if I screwed something up, I would hear about it. You know, I'd get yelling in my face. What did you do that for? You freaking moron. Like, what are you, stupid or something? Sorry, Mr. I didn't know how to, I didn't know. Yeah, you didn't. You didn't use your freaking brain, you freak. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to keep it clean. You got any little shit EJ story? Dude, you don't even want to know. I don't want to talk about that. All right, I'm working on this junction right here. I'm going to put some electrical tape around it and then, yeah, cap it off. So, yeah. Oh, dude. One time I was overseeing an oil change, and the guy that did put the oil filter on cross-threaded the oil filter. So we had the car up on the lift, right? Guy cross-threaded the oil filter, and we went to start it, right? We went to start the car, yeah, oil promptly just, yeah. You guys ever heard of an oil shower? Yeah, that's basically what happened. So I'm basically doing a loop around here, and then I'm going to tape off the end of this. Yeah, my buddy was underneath the car. I mean, he's the one that cross-threaded the oil filter, but teacher came out and said, "What are you doing? What, are you freaking stupid or something? You cross-threaded the oil filter, you moron." Yeah, it was bad. I got in trouble for that. I had to apologize to the teacher. I was like, "I didn't do it." It's freaking that guy. And he's like, "Yeah, but you were overseeing it. You're responsible." I'm like, "Oh, crap." Yeah, it was great. Oil shower. And then there was another time. Okay. There was another time. Yeah, the oil was cold. Funny story. There was another time there was a girl taking auto shop, and this was like junior year or something. We're going to learn about oil burns today. No, not her. Not her. Yeah. 17-year-old EJ had his own ideas about how to pick up women. Strange. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I thought this was a good idea. Car just came in. Teacher just commuted from work. It was early in the morning, and there was a girl taking auto shop, and my teacher told me to teach her how to do an oil change. Okay? I had an oil pressure sensor blowout on the side, oil free and engine in second. Yeah, right. Yep. So, and yeah, she was very attractive. She's very pretty. And me, I'm like, yeah, okay, pretty girl. What do I have to do? Teach her right. Teach her right. Now this is 17-year-old EJ, and this is 2004. Okay, just chill. We'll never do this nowadays, right? So. I'll teach her how to do an oil change, and me, idiot me, like, I'm like, okay, now you got to undo the drain plug. No, I'm seriously unironically doing this because it's 2004 and I'm 17 and I don't know any better, right? I'm undoing the thing, I'm undoing the drain plug, and I'm like, okay, now what you got to do, and I'm looking, so like I'm looking at her and not looking at the plug, and we had the pan underneath, right? So I'm like, now what you got to do is wait and pull the drain plug out. I pulled the plug out, slipped out of my fingers because oil gushed all over it. It went into the oil bath, or went into the oil pan, and then oil just all down the side because I had the pan slightly off center. I'm like, yep. And 17-year-old me is like, yeah, sometimes that happens. No big deal. No big deal. And she's sitting there going, I'm like, yeah, it's, you know, and she's like, isn't it hot? I'm like, yeah, it's a little hot. It's no problem. It's a little hot. Yeah, no, my arm is being burned by oil at this point. So I just kind of hold it there because I'm like, yeah, it doesn't hurt too bad. And then she's like, well, what about the plug? What about the plug? I'm like, you want to get it? She's like, no, that looks really painful. I'm like, yeah, it's no problem. It's no problem. So I was like trying to be like super Chad type, right? Stick my hand into the oil, and I'm like, yeah, I just got to find it. Burning everything. But not like 3rd-degree burns, but it was burned, right? Like, I'm not like go to the hospital, but it does hurt. Like, hot oil is not like gonna like melt your skin off, but it does hurt, right? Like, I'm sitting there going, yeah, I just got to find it. Yeah, here it is. No big deal. Walked away. I'm like, hey, yeah, I spilled oil all over my pants. Can I go to the bathroom? I went to the bathroom. I'm like, yep, that's a true story. Yep. Yep, that's a true story. Oh, Yeah, I started crying in the bathroom. Huh, Thomas, I don't know what that is, dude. Yeah, no, I was crying. Yeah, it hurt. It hurt a lot because I'm 17 and I don't know any better. Did it work? No. No, not at all. I mean, see, here's the thing. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. Because here's the thing. All right. 16 and 17-year-olds have ideas about how you pick up women, and they're usually wrong, okay? So, yeah, Phil, exactly. I never followed through because that's what I mean. I didn't follow through. Like, nowadays, like, Brimo, don't take this the wrong way. So if it was me, and I was back in that scenario, and I spilled oil all over myself, I'd be like, dude, yeah, this hurts. I'm not going to lie to you. That really freaking hurts. But, I'd probably play it up IRL. I'd be like, yeah, no problem. It's no problem for me. Giga Chad, EJ, whatever. I'd probably try to make a joke out of it, right? But, see, so I spilled oil all over, and my dad had to come from work, because this was first period, right? This was early in the morning. My dad had to come from work and get me a new pair of pants. So he showed up and during class, and she was there and handed me a new pair of pants. And yeah, that was in front of her. But okay, so ridiculous. So like I didn't follow through. Like, dude, I probably made her laugh. And she, for all I know, she thought I was like trying to play it up and trying to be funny, right? But I was like, after that, because I'm 17 and I don't know any better, right? Like, I'm like, oh my God, she was laughing at me. She hates me. Oh my God, I'm such a tool. Oh my God, I'm such a tool. Oh my God, I'm trying to show off and I look like such an idiot. Like, it's not that complicated. You made a mistake. If you own up to the mistake and you'd be like, yeah, I screwed that up. Hey, you want to go out? Like, that's what you should do. Like, didn't follow through because I thought I blew it because I'm 17 and I don't know any better. Oh, Phil, it was dark oil, so it looks like it was all down my side, like all here, all down here, all the way to my shoes. My shoes were caked in oil. Ask her if she likes anyone from class like more than a friend. Yeah. Razzle, so I went golfing for the first time in 7 years and almost hit a hole in one. Rolled a foot more, would have gone in. Nice. Yo, blow it! Yeah. Hey, bud, whenever... Yeah, Chief, I saw it. I got you. Yeah. We'll figure something out, dude. No problem. If you can laugh at yourself, no one else can. Tylen, yeah, that's something that I learned over time, dude. Like, especially when you're streaming, you're going to make mistakes. Stuff's going to blow up. You're going to kill Jeb. It's going to happen from time to time. It's embarrassing as all hell, but it's good content for the stream. And it keeps your ego in check, I suppose. Hey, Sita. Ooh, they don't got to know about it. It could be our oil. See, like, that would have been funny. Like, I could have said something like that. I could have done something like that, and I could have played it off. Like, yeah, I made a mistake, but it's still funny. Like, look at this. It actually would have been funny if I just showed up to the next class caked in oil. Like, that would have been funny. That would have been hilarious. You know, because the other kids don't know any better. And she doesn't know any better. Be like, yeah, just working in the auto shop, just using my hands, changing oil. Like, you could have improved your high school social credit score past EJ 1,000 times, and you blew every single one of them. Hey, Shikama, what's up? So, yeah, like, I didn't follow through. Oops. Shame. She was really pretty. She's a pretty girl. And you know what the screwed up part is? My parents know her parents. Yeah. So that's even better. Yep. She was one of the townies in my town. So when I was growing up, there was like half the amount of people here that there are now. Yes, about half 15 years ago. That's how much Boston has grown. Like crazy. There's too many people. Just on a side note. So everybody did know each other. Like if you lived in the town for a couple of generations, people knew who you were. And my parents knew her parents. Yeah. Yeah. Oops. All you needed was a beer and a ciggy. That's right. Yep. Yeah. High school social credit score, Basu. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And you know, you can sit here and be like, that's absolutely a thing. Oh, yeah. Because, dude, word travels around in high school like wildfire. It's gross. So when are we adding the Cummins? I'm going to get back to work. It's like the other day, Basu, I had a viewer that watches that's younger, and he was like, what do I do if a friend just really, really pissed me off? I'm like, call him a piece of crap? Like, I don't know. What do you want? He's like, this guy really screwed me over. I'm like, are you sure he screwed you over? Or are you sure he's just not? Are you sure he doesn't care? Like, there's a difference. You know, like there's not caring, and then there's willingly screwing somebody over. He's like, I think he willingly screwed me over. I'm like, think about it for a second. Think about if that's actually what's going on. And he was like, yeah, I think so. And I go, all right, call him out. Call him out in the middle of lunch. Seriously, be like, hey, can I talk to you for a second? And then, like, while you're in the cafeteria, preferably when you're passing the popular kids, just say, you're a terrible friend. I hate you. I hate you. I hate what you did to me. You're a piece of crap and no one should be friends with you. Right in front of the popular kids table. Do that. And then walk away and don't say anything else about it ever again. You'll make new friends that way. Yeah. Got off work early because of the heat. Tell me you got AC in that garage. Does it look like I have AC in this garage? You can cut grommets to size then like oil rings. Just works on generic grommets. Okay. No fans? No. What's the temperature over there? It is currently 94.
Go at throttle up.
94 degrees, 50% humidity, 10 mile an hour wind, 2% precipitation. Bro, air circulation is a must around equipment. What am I going to move? What air am I going to move and where am I going to move it that's colder? This isn't an insulated garage, dude. Glad I haven't burned myself doing an oil change yet. I'm going to work on the truck till then, Drum. Guys, I'll be honest with you. I don't mind heat. I really don't. The heat doesn't bother me. I like this. Dude, I'm sweating out everything right now. It's like being in a sauna. It's great. I enjoy it. I blame summer car for that one. It's not bad. It's not hot out. Like, it's okay. Not the worst. But anyway, yeah, I'll get some grommets. I'll try to see if we can get some grommets for this, Kev. Yeah, I should be able to go down to the store and get some. We can work on that later. But now, I bet the garage smells great. The garage smells like old car. The garage smells like old car. Yeah, that's what it smells like. It smells like old car. Old car and some mouse nest. A little bit of mouse nest. But that's not because there's mouses in here. That's because old cars just inherently smell like mouses. Because mouses usually end up in them. So, the engine bay is done. Okay? Engine bay harness is done. Now we have to tackle that. Yeah, that's what we have to fix. Yeah, you know what old cars smell like. They smell, it's kind of like a mixture of motor oil and old people. That's probably why it smells like a mouse's nest, though. It's a combination of motor oil and old people smell. You know exactly what I'm talking about, okay? Old people smell. They have a very distinctive scent. And no, it doesn't smell bad, but you know. You know what I'm talking about? Mothballs and oil. Something like that, yeah. And old people, I'm not trying to bark up your tree. All right? You young people probably smell to you, to be honest with you. It's probably what's going on. Haven't checked what it is today. I'm recovering from soldier surgery in your AC cooled room. Well, lucky you. Yeah, Luizo. So, okay, guys, look. I'm not going to sit here and say that I didn't do that. I did that. I did all of that. I left the guts of the harness out on purpose. I left it out on purpose so I could learn. Think of it like exploded diagram wire harness. That's exactly what's going on here. But now that I know what goes where and how it runs, what runs to what, and how it works, I'll button it up. We'll clean it up now. That's what we have to do. Once we do this, then I can start putting the interior back in. Wow. It's only 64 here today. Really, Russell? Should have been done months ago. Yeah, okay. I know nothing about vehicles other than they have 4 tires. So, okay, Shikama, these... Look, I'm not trying to get you to, like, be a car nut, right? These things are not complicated. If you understand how, if you can build a computer, building a car is easier than building a computer. It's seriously simpler. All you got to do is just match the wires up. Just like it's almost exactly the same as building a computer. It's the same thing. Like, I swear, car people and tech people are cut from the same cloth. It's just what they make a big deal out of is slightly different. You know, so, okay, for anybody that comes from the tech world, people that know about PC parts will always argue about what PC parts are the best, okay? Car guys were doing that 50 years ago with Ford versus Chevy, Dodge versus everybody else. You know, Hondas versus Fords, Toyota versus whatever. Dude, this kind of stuff has been happening forever. It's just human behavior, all right? You should see car nuts. Car guys love to argue. They love to argue. It's worse than PC parts. Like, literally worse. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm a Ford guy, but I like Fords. But the truth of the matter is I don't care. I really don't care. I like old cars because they're simple and easy to work on. And at the end of the day, I like stuff that goes fast. Now, don't get me wrong. This truck won't go fast, but give me some time. It won't go fast out of the gates, but yeah, give me some time. And 50 years later, Ford fans still haven't learned. I like X car brand that copies Ford's mass production design. Convert it to electric? Sloppy. How? No. No. Okay, so I know how to. I get it. DC motor, AC inverter, and then an ECM, and then batteries, and you basically can go from there. I get it. With this truck, though, how are we going to do that? Are we going to mount the motor where the engine should be? Is it going to bolt to a transmission? I don't know. I did have an idea, though, and you might appreciate this. Before I jump into that. So check this out. Look, go down under here. See how much space there is under here? There's plenty of space. Right? Like, there's the transmission and everything. There's plenty of space down here underneath. What I had an idea of doing is taking a Tesla motor, okay? So this could get a little bit complicated, but Slobby, you know how Tesla motors are transverse, okay? So the electric motor is transverse, so it's going on the minor axis of the car. It goes this way on a Tesla. All right, there's a motor that goes this way right here, and then if there's one in the back, it goes that way as well. So it's motor, inverter on the other side, right? And then you have a 9-to-1 reduction gear, and then CV axles that go out to the hubs, right? If that made no sense, the Tesla motor is facing the opposite direction. The crankshaft on this is going this way. The crankshaft on an electric motor is going that way. So I came up with an interesting idea. And maybe we could do this someday. I don't know. We take a Tesla power pack, okay, with a pickup truck. And you take the power pack and you put it where the transfer case should be. So You take the motor and the inverter and you put it right here. You'd have to probably do some modification here. But you have the motor and the inverter and the reduction gear right there. And the reduction gear is where the transfer case should be. And then you have an axle going to the front axle, or a drive shaft going to the front axle, and a drive shaft going to the rear axle. Now, don't get me wrong. You'd have to flip the rear axle upside down or flip the front axle upside down to get it to drive correctly, because you need counterclockwise rotation to drive the front wheels and clockwise rotation to drive the rear wheels. So you'd have to flip a differential upside down so it works correctly, so all four wheels spin in the right direction. But you could do that. And now, because your motor's in the center of the truck, right, you could put batteries right there and batteries in the bed and make a truck that's all-wheel drive that has perfect weight distribution. Because the reduction gear housing for a Tesla is basically a transfer case. It looks exactly like one. It does the same thing. It transfers power from a motor through a drive, and then it has two outputs. The transfer case on a truck would be right here. So if we mount that right there, it could work. It would have to be a lifted truck, though, I think, because that power pack is not small, but it's totally doable. I think it wouldn't be street legal. Why? Why wouldn't it be street legal? It'd be fine. You would need an open center diff, though. Yeah. Passes out from brain shutdown. In my honest opinion, automobiles need sound and shifts to get the full experience. Yeah. Doom, I don't know. I think Teslas are cool. I'm not going to lie to you. I think they're neat. With that being said, I like Teslas. People should buy Teslas. With that being said, all of my cars have V8s. Kind of went in the opposite direction there. Oops. Yeah, every single one of my cars have a V8. I have a 5-liter, a 5.2, and a 4.6. I'm sorry. Hey, look, I like this as a hobby, right? Like, I'm not dailying this. I'm not dailying the Cornet. I don't daily the Mustang. I don't commute to work, so why not? You know, it's not like my carbon footprint is that high. It's not like I'm gas guzzling the hell out of this thing to work every day. You know? So, yeah, why shouldn't I? I'll bet you freaking my carbon footprint is less than someone that drives a Prius to work every day. You know? Oop. Hang on. I messed with the mic. Test. Yeah, I held down the mute button. Okay, so what I was saying is I like inline sixes. I like good engineering. Inline sixes, inline fours, those are cool too. Look, man, we only got big boats over here for the longest time, so a bigger engine was needed to move that boat if you wanted to go fast, right? Power to weight is the name of the game, dude. Power to weight, that's key. It doesn't matter how big the car is. It doesn't matter what engine it has in it. Power to weight is key. A Miata or an MX-5 is as fun to drive as a Lamborghini if you know what to do, if you understand how power to weight works. The Lamborghini does go faster, but you don't need to go fast to have fun. And I'm saying that as an American. I understand the engineering behind the cars, and I appreciate other types of engineering other than her big V8, but I do like my big V8s. With that being said, I love my V8s, man. But V8s, my problem with V8s is that it's an inherently unbalanced design. V8 motors in a car would be like having a 2-engine plane flying with one engine. It's inherently unbalanced. You need to do things to make the motor not rip itself to pieces, right? And because you need to do that, you're robbing yourself of power, because like a V8 needs a harmonic balancer on it, all right? or at least these V8s that I have here, they need a harmonic balancer on it. And because they need a harmonic balancer to dampen out the off-balance rotating assembly of a V8, you run into some problems. You run into, that robs you of power, because you have to put a weight, basically a big counterweight on the end of the V8. I can show you. You have to put a gigantic counterweight on the end of it to get it to not shake itself to pieces. Look at that big freaking weight on the front. It's this thing right here. See this? You can't see. There's a radiator hose in the way. See that big weight? That's a balancer, all right? That's there because a V8 is an inherently off-balance rotating assembly. What does that mean in plain English? Okay. There's 4 sets of pistons on either side. You have 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? And then 1, 2, 3, and 4, okay? When this piston, I think that's the number 2 on the Ford, I forget. When this piston is all the way up, right? This piston all the way in the back over here is all the way down. And when this piston is all the way up, that piston is all the way down. That's just, that it needs to be that way for V8s to work correctly, to adhere to the 4-stroke cycle. So if a piston in the back left is all the way down and a piston in the front right is all the way up, it's going to rock the V8 back and forth, right? V8s will wobble around. That wobbling force, that vibration, means that some of the energy to push that piston down is being used to do this, is being used to shake the car, is being used to just shake the V8. Some of the energy of the gasoline and the air pushing that piston down is being used to just shake the V8 back and forth. If some of that energy is being used to shake the V8 back and forth, you're robbing yourself of power. It's just like, it's kind of like parasitic loss for like a power steering pump. You want power steering? The power steering pump works on a compressor, not a compressor, or just a fluid pump that's attached to that harmonic balancer, right? That means that the engine has to do more work to turn that. That robs you of horsepower. Does a straight 6 fit inside this truck? Sure, of course it does. Can someone ask him my question? Okay, a little more Q&A, guys, and then we got to get back to it, okay? I want to get some work done on the interior today because I have a full interior kit for this and I want to start putting it in. Is it a cosine loss? No, I don't think so. I know a guy selling a 716 cubic inch cast iron block. Nice. Straight 6 will fit. You could fit whatever in this truck. You could fit a V12 in here. There's plenty of space underneath it. What? What was your question? Okay, all jokes aside, are you advanced enough to put in-wheel electric motors? I'm not smart enough to do that. And in-wheel electric motors isn't a good idea, Shikama, because it's unsprung weight. Yeah, unsprung weight is not unsprung weight can cause serious handling problems. Basically, if you have weight before the suspension as opposed to after the suspension, so like tire, hub, spring, right, control arms, right, and then the chassis of the car, if you have weight before the spring, it ruins the ride, and it can cause serious handling problems. Unsprung weight is a no-no. I know, Merkers, right? Yeah, we got to fix that. Rap God. I don't know. So, Tylen, I don't know if the V8 is a cosine loss, but like, okay, so on an inline 6, right, the front piston and the back piston are moving in synchronous. They're synchronized to each other, right? So you have 6 cylinders in a straight line, inline 6. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, right? 1 and 6 are moving synchronized to each other. 2 and 5, synchronized. 3 and 4, synchronized to each other. Inline 6s are inherently very balanced. It's a very balanced design. Think of it like a Chinook, all right? The Chinook has 2 propellers on the top, two helicopter blades. One is rotating opposite the other, and they cancel out each other's gyroscopic precession. So the force that this propeller has, the front rotor has, counteracts the force that the real propeller has, and then the Chinook flies straight. Or if you like Russian attack helicopters, a KF-52, KF-50, they have two rotors spinning on top of each other. They counteract each other out, and it makes for a very smooth design. It's a very smooth ride. Inline sixes do that. You could put a glass of water on top of an inline six, start it up, and the water would look like it's sitting on a table. So, I mean, inline sixes are good, and I can appreciate inline sixes. I appreciate the design. I like my V8s, and I wouldn't be against putting like a Barra engine in this or something. That would be pretty cool. In a Boxer, do opposing cylinders fire at the same time then? Yes. Yeah. Well, it depends. I mean, yeah. Let me think. It depends on how you have the crankshaft, configured. If you have a flat 4 engine with a flat plane crank, okay? A flat plane crank, long story short, means the pistons will move synchronized to each other. Yeah. Yeah, so yes, you can. Yeah, the Atlas motor, Luizo. The Vortec 4200, the Atlas engine. That's a cool motor. I wouldn't put it in this, but I would put it in something. Cygnus left the station and exited the ellipsoid. Everything's looking nominal. Thanks, Novus. Thank you for the update. Appreciate it. Hey, Faux. Faux Enthusiasm. Nice name, dude. I love it. Here was the 4.1. Well, we got a 4.2 probably for something else. I don't know. I had a few inline 6 4.0 Jeeps. Thailand, that's not an Oldsmobile. That's an AMC 242 engine, the 4-liter. Literally one of the most indestructible engines ever made. Thailand, if you took that motor and you put it in like a Lada or something, forget the nuclear apocalypse. The world, our star could supernova. The sun could supernova and that thing would still drive. Yeah. The Earth could be non-existent and it'd still drive. The AMC 242 engine is insane. Thailand, my sister had one in a Jeep Cherokee, an XJ, and she put 10,000 miles on it. And I said one day I had a conversation with her. I go, "When did you change the oil?" She goes, "What?" "I don't car." I'm like, "You changed the oil, right?" She goes, No, I don't car." I go and check the oil, quart of oil, 10,000 miles. Change the oil, thing ran fine for like another 100,000 miles, no joke. Did you say you're taking days off this week? Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Lols. So the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th. I want to launch some fireworks, man. Sorry, I've been really into this going outside thing. Dude. And the reason why I've been into this going outside thing is because I haven't done it in a little while. Don't worry. It'll wear off soon. But I do like the summer. I love the summer. It's my favorite. But anyway, let's get to work. Let's actually get to work this time. All right, so we have to go figuring out what the heck I did underneath here. Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Havocs. There you go. Spaghetti. Okay. So, it looks like I have wires under here that I haven't ran yet. And it's probably because I wanted to wait. Oh, man. Okay. So, we have a bunch of wires on the ground here. Let's take those out from underneath you guys. Yep, one wire at a time, indeed. So, part of the upgraded wire harness that we put in is a fuse box. There's a fuse box now well, basically, it's fire protection for the most part to make sure the thing doesn't go on fire. Now, once again, if anybody's new that's watching, I did this. This was me. I did all this. I take responsibility for it. However, this was my first time doing this, so I left everything out on purpose so I could understand the wire harness better. I know. If any professionals are looking at this, they're going to be like, what the hell did you do? I get it. I understand. But in order for me to understand that, I needed to do this in the first place. You know? So, you're going to have to bear with me on that one. I'm just moving all the wire ends around so I can get down under here. All the I don't know. All right, so let's start with this. What's this wire right here? Now, the wires are labeled, so it's not that, it's fine. It's not that bad. Okay, so this wire here is part of the neutral safety switch. This orange wire, I believe, is the third brake. I don't have a third brake on this truck. You guys just fell because the wire, of course, snagged the camera. Why wouldn't it? Right? Like, of course it would. You guys all right? Yeah, you're fine. Oh, you bleeding? Yeah, you bleeding. Third brake. The third brake light, Dave's. Yeah, it's the third brake light. I don't need it so that's like the overhead light. Cars since the 90s have had federal mandates on them to have a third brake light. That's because if you have like a trunk or a liftback or anything and the lights are on that trunk, and you go to open up the trunk because you're stranded on the side of the road, right? You have nothing to there's nothing to there's no lights. You'll have no tail lights. So in the 90s they implemented a third brake. Government mandated to have 3 brake lights. You have to have 3 brake lights on a car if you make cars in the US. Every car since the 90s has had that. Now, don't get me wrong. This truck is from '59. It is exempt when it comes to that stuff. I don't necessarily need it. It's under old timer rules. All right, so that purple wire there is to the neutral safety switch. And I'm gonna undo the NSS from the undo the NSS and run it up here for a change. Now, the neutral safety switch is a lockout that prevents you from starting the motor. You can't crank the starter when the truck is in drive or reverse. That's what an NSS does. We are having problems with our neutral safety switch, and I had bypassed it just to see if that was the problem, but I have the bypass off. So right now the truck won't start. Yeah, in the US, if your car is older than 25 years old, they don't really give a crap. But then again, that really depends on state. That depends on what state you're in. Okay. So the third brake, I don't need this. I don't need this line. I'm just going to basically cap the line off. I'm going to cut it and I'm going to cap it. We don't need that orange wire. Oh man, it's getting hotter in here. But it's okay. So I'm going to cap it, and if I ever need it, if I ever want a third brake, we can use it. But we don't need that right now. So we're going to cut that out. And now I have extra orange wire that I'm just going to throw down over there for now. Now, let me get some electrical tape. Yeah. Montana doesn't have a seatbelt law. That's good. Is it legal to make your own style of wiring, making use of data protocols and switch lights and just... Yeah, of course. Steven, you can make your own harness over here. They're pretty lax when it comes to car stuff, but then again, that does really depend on the state. Yeah, dude, this is perfectly legal, what I'm doing right now. There's nothing wrong with this. Just a guy working on his truck. So I wrap the electrical tape around it, and then we just pinch the end. There you go. Third brake is capped off. So I'm going to take the third brake wire, and because we capped it, I'm going to just tape it to that white wire, which is the brake light switch wire. Yeah, guys, so for the folks in Europe, once again, it varies by state, but for the most part, yeah, you can do whatever. You can pretty much do whatever to your car. There are emission standards that we have to go by, but once again, it varies pretty much by state. So in Massachusetts, I can tell you the laws here. Anything pre-1996, so OBD2, onboard diagnostics, second generation, anything past OBD, older than OBD2, you do not need to, I could straight pipe it, it doesn't matter. It's totally legal to do something like that. According to blah, 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 this week, Big Auto wants to fight the right to repair in Massachusetts, just so you know. Yeah, they always do it, Kyron. It's really frigging annoying. Right to repair has literally been on every bill for like the past 20 years, and it keeps getting voted down. And then these pieces of crap, they just keep doing it. So what they do is they change the legislation around just a little bit to say like, oh, you can't work on a car in your shop. Or, oh, okay, that got voted down. Okay, you can't work on your car in your driveway. They keep just changing the wording. I read all of it. It's stupid. It's really annoying. It's dumb when it comes to that. You really... I don't like the idea of not being able to work on something that I bought. That's really annoying. Yeah, they keep trying to come up with different stupid rules, whatever. Right to repair, like I said, they keep putting it on the damn docket. It's every time some piss stain lobbies to freaking get it on there, and it keeps getting voted down, which is really funny. It's funny because they've done it so much, even if like at this point they keep doing it, and even at this point, like, if there is some kind of right thing that even is associated with right to repair, it doesn't matter if it's something that would end up net benefiting the consumer, it'll still get voted down. Because everybody's so sick of that. If you live in Maryland and you're over 70 and drive less than 5,000 a year, your vehicle is exempt from emissions testing. Interesting. An old people emissions test. Huh. That's a thing, I guess. That's cool. For the old timers. All right, these are relays right here. All right. I'm trying to figure out what these wires here that don't do anything are. I'm trying to see if they have labels on them. This red and this black wire. What about the red wire? Does it have anything on it? Radio. Okay, so the red one is for the radio. And then this black one, I don't know what that's for. Yikes. Don't cut the red wire. Yep. Don't cut the red wire, indeed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat at throttle up. Hey, Tylen. Here's my XJ. Let me take a look. Yeah, dude. Hey, that thing is pretty cherry, man. Nice. Bought it for $2K and sold it for $7. Kind of want to rebuild another one. Yeah, dude, that looks great. Oh, that's so clean, man. Dude, people want those things. People want, I'm telling you guys, people want the old cars because they're not pieces of junk like the new cars. Just putting it out there. They're not pieces of trash. Alright, so this stuff is ignition harness stuff up here, and then down here is all the steering column stuff. Oh my goodness. Why did I do this like this? I have all these damn repair loops in here, but you really shouldn't do repair loops. Like, what the heck am I gonna repair? All right, what's this blue one? Oh, windshield wiper power. Okay. All right. Let's start there. Windshield wiper is the first switch over here on the dash with the ignition. So we'll start there and we'll go. I know you Italians love your spaghetti. Yeah, that's right. So here's what I'll do. Another thing that we'll do here is I'll pull the ignition barrel out and try to untangle that mess. Oh, for Pete's sake. I'm trying to just put it together so it doesn't fall apart. There we go. Okay. Let me unplug some of the neutral safety switch there. And then, okay. Huh. I thought I heard something spark, but there's no way. The battery isn't hooked up. Huh. Okay. Nope. Battery isn't hooked up. Sorry, I'm just gonna get a cup of coffee. Man, look at that spaghetti. That looks a lot worse than it is on camera. That looks way worse than it actually is. I'll tell you that. Okay. All right, so this is the bypass for the NSS right there. All right, that's gonna go over here. And then these wires, this jumble of wires can be kind of sewed up here. Okay. Your dad's Colorado is an inline 4 Duramax. Repeat after me. I love cable management. All right, now I'm going to take the windshield wiper out, the wiper switch out. So I think this probably is the best way to get this done, guys. Just take all the switches out. And the wiper switch isn't coming out. Oh, it's got a washer on it. Hold on. And try to just get all the wires to each one of these things kind of figured out. So right now you guys are on the floor of the truck looking up at the harness, and see some of this stuff I didn't even take my diagram labeling off of. Yeah, I used painter's tape to freaking get this looking right. Okay, so there's the wiper switch. And then I think I just temporarily hooked this up. Yep, see, I did a temporary crimp. See? That's just a temporary thing. So, what I want to do... Oh, man. Yeah, this is going to take a second to undo, guys. Yeah, it's going to take a second. Yeah, the wiper switch is actually a switch, Luizo. There's just power, and then different speeds. 3 different speeds. See? 1, 2, and 3. 3 different speeds. Just 3 different... and power. And then the wiper motor's grounded. And then that's it. Doesn't have to be complicated, my dude. But, you know. So, this is the blue one is my power switch right here. And that's coming out of the fuse box, which is connected to the battery. Well, not the battery. It's connected to the ignition post, the fuse box. When you turn the ignition, when you turn this thing into the on position, it'll turn on the fuse box. Oh, man. Okay, so now the next thing I'm going to do is take out the light harness, or the light control switch. Why is it blue? I don't know, because GM made it blue. This harness is based off of a 1980s Corvette or just a 1980s GM vehicle. I bought it. It's just a universal harness off of eBay. Bought it for like $100. It's not anything special. It's not like a Painless kit or whatever. Painless makes specialized kits, but there's no specialized kit for a 59 because nobody likes 59 Fords. Okay. That neutral safety switch wire is quite literally in front of everything. All right, what is this? See this wire right here? What's this one? That's one of the tack wires. Oh my goodness. This is just getting worse. This is just getting worse. It looks like this wire is going to my tack. No. No. That's gasoline. That's the gas wire. Yeah, that's my sender unit wire to the fuel tank. That pink one. I don't know if you guys can see it. So right now I'm trying to undo as much of the untangle as much of these wires as I possibly can. We have to get rid of the spaghetti. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh man. See, like I said, I put all these damn repair loops in here and I shouldn't have done that. That was stupid. Spaghetti. The factory must grow. Okay, so the neutral safety switch wire can go all the way over here. So I'm just gonna connect that back into where it needs to go. Don't touch my spaghetti! Somebody touch my spaghetti. Spaghetti. Yeah, hey guys, my name's Spaghetti. I do parties. All right, so this is our light module. And this is... Okay. This is the power wire, I think. Nope, that goes out. And this was on the light harness. What is this saying? Bypass. Bypass. Huh. Why is there a bypass wire? So we couldn't figure out what the hell this wire did the other day. Why is there a bypass to the lights? That's I don't understand that one. And then the other wire that I took apart that was going to this thing is where's that other power wire? Here it is. Here we go. Here's the main power wire to the lights. The door open and close sensor. Yeah, maybe. I gotta check something, guys, because I'm gonna hook it up the way that it was hooked up, but I gotta look at something. Give me 1 second. I can never remember why that wire is there. Here, let me switch to desktop here. So there's a reason. There's a reason why it's there. I just can't remember what it is. I mean, there's obviously a reason for everything, right? Like, all right, so I got to see what post that's connected into on this. Parking brake sensor. This truck doesn't have that. It doesn't have a parking brake sensor. This is that bypass wire was into port B. You guys can't see that. I don't have that camera on. It was into port B. So stoplight switch? Directional signal switch. No, that can't be right. What about A? What about A? Where does this go? Okay, ignition power, I have that. That's the red wire for me. And then where does this yellow wire go? This yellow wire goes through the firewall. And then it goes to the positive post. Okay, I know what this means. I get it. So, yeah, that's what it is. That bypass, and we were wondering about it the other day, it goes to the starter solenoid, and it's on the positive. It's on the positive on the starter solenoid. So what does that mean in plain English? That basically means that you can turn the lights on with the ignition in the off position. That's another law that the government put in. You have to be able to turn the lights on if the engine is off. Hot at all times. That's right. Yep. That's another thing. That one actually makes sense. I mean, the third brake light also does make sense. But the reason why they did that is so, like, if you're broken down on the side of the road and your motor's not running, and for whatever reason, like, you want to put the flashers on your car to show that's on the side of the road, you have to go get for help, you can keep the lights on so people can see you. That's actually pretty straightforward stuff. That's pretty smart. Yeah, it also allows you to leave your lights on in your car when you leave, so you can come, you know, at night, so you can come the next day and your battery dies. Yeah, that's what that's for. It's just a power bypass, so you can turn the lights on when the batteries, when the switch, the keys, without the keys in it. That's what it is. Okay, cool. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to pull these wires out one at a time so I don't get the ports confused or the terminals confused. And just try to see if I can untangle them. This is all the high beams, low beams. And most of this should go out the harness to the firewall. Yeah, okay. And then it goes to the foot switch down here, which is over here, to switch between low beams and high beams. Okay, cool. So once again, what I'm doing here is I'm just isolating everything. I'm isolating all this different stuff so I can so we can bundle up the wires and then put it back in with a nice cleaned up harness and not have this spaghetti. This is going to take a while to undo. But hopefully you can join me, or I can be your background noise on this fantastic voyage. It's a scam to sell batteries. It's a scam by Big Battery. All right. So where's this wire going? Guys, I think it's about time that we unbutton the dash and see what we can see. Hang on one second. I'm going to try to find a spot for you guys. I don't really have a good spot. Trying to find one here. How about on the sun visor? Let's see if that works. I wonder if I can set a thing to flip the camera temporarily. Hang on. Yeah, excellent. There we go. All right. No, sorry, EGRs will never help. Depends on your mixture, doesn't it, Jay? I think that's entirely dependent on the mixture that you're running. If you're running fuel rich, then EGR, yeah, could help, but for the most part, no. If you're running stoichiometric, that's about as good of a burn as you're gonna get. Yeah, it'll lower nitrogen oxide. Yeah. It definitely doesn't help performance, that's for sure. At least I don't think. Not to my knowledge. Could be wrong though. Take the fascia off. Take the glass out. I don't want to wreck that. had to cut and splice this with the old harness so I could get the bulbs working, dudes. But yeah, oh man. Oh boy. Wow. I mean, it's not bad, but it ain't good either. I mean, once again, I just hooked this all up to get it to work, you know? Oh, man. No, okay, yeah, screw that camera angle. That's gonna... Yeah, no. I don't want to confuse people. Here, I'll bring you guys back down here, and then I'll flip that upside down. Holy crap, we flipped it in one axis. We didn't flip it in two. Oh, no. LED swap it. It was on back order, Merkers, just like everything else when I originally did the dash. That's why I cut and spliced. But yeah, it's still using bulbs right now. Yeah, see, I put all these damn repair loops in, and that was a stupid idea. Like, I thought I was, like, being so slick, but nope. That's just, it just makes more problems later. So here's... Can you guys, like, stay right there? No, that's a bad shot. I need you guys to be, like, right here. That involves getting the tripod. Here, how about this? No, screw that. You guys stay on the steering wheel. Okay, so here's the windshield wiper wires. And that's coming in through the firewall. See it over there? And then what is this wire going to? And there's the sheathing that we did. Probably not ideal. I'm trying to make it so I don't mistake the cable for the camera for one of these cables, you know. Hey, you know what would be fun? If the camera didn't do that. Yeah. You know, it'd be fun if I could actually get it to, like, clamp and just stay where it needs to stay. That would be really fun. There. Oh my gosh, Grommet, that firewall. Yep. The firewall grommet that's designed to go with this truck is on back order, just like a lot of things. That's why I did this the way that I did, because I built this during COVID, Blackbird. So, yeah. Bear with me on that one. We'll grommet that up. Don't worry. I know. No need to get your jimmies in a rustled, mate. Just ribbing you. Yeah, I know. You and everybody else. Got a lot of wiring professionals out there, Blackbird. A lot of wiring professionals out there. No, like I said, I know this is bad. Like, I know. It's not. This is my first attempt, and I know it sucks. Okay. What's this wire? What's this one going to? Over here, this is going to a directional indicator. Oh boy. Oh dear. Why is there so much rust on the firewall? Rust? That's red paint, dude. That's not rust. So I'm going to undo my speedometer cable right there. And I'm just going to put it over there for a second. Okay. All right, let's just...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So this right here is our high beam indicator. And that goes at the top right here. I'm just going to take that one out real quick, and I will try to separate it from where it's coming from. And we'll untangle it with the rest of the harness. The high beam indicator is coming from the footlight switch. So that goes over here. I'm just going to put that over there for a change. What is that, Bad Badger? 9-month resub. I was made in 1968. I feel rusty as heck. Nice. Is that a butt connector? It's a butt connector. I didn't put switches on the, oh dear. Okay. Where does this white wire come from? It's coming from the fuse box. So this is power for... Okay, this is power for the generator light and the oil indicator light. Okay. You know what? I'm taking a picture of this with the phone. I'm taking a picture of this with the phone just in case. Let me hook everything back up that I've taken apart. You guys move over here for a second, okay? Okay, cool. I got a picture of how it's supposed to look. And I'm taking this all apart. I'm going to unplug in everything from the dash panel. Oof. Okay, so this is fuel right here. Where does that fuel line go? Oh, the dashboard fascia can go up here or over there. All right, so this is our high beam indicator. Gotta untangle this frickin' mess.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Why did I do this way? So this is voltage regulator. This is a voltage regulator piece. This regulator piece goes to the temp sender and the fuel sender. I think that's what those are. Fuel and temp. Yep. Okay. Who was that subbing in there? I didn't see it. Let me go check. Hokey gifted a sub to mine. Errol, how you doing, T-Man? That dash looks solid. Yeah, it's nice. It's a GM steering column because we're running power steering Merkers. Yeah, it's from a either a Monte Carlo or a Corvette or a Chevelle or something. It's some BOP steering wheel. It had an SS logo on it, but I took it off. Yeah, this is some real old school hot rodding, dude. With old school hot rodding, you didn't like go and buy the aftermarket parts. You just found what worked, and that's actually kind of cool. I like doing that. That's like how we find parts that work to, you know, like using panels as thermal protection for the like Jebstar and stuff. Like that's old school hot rodding, man. This thing has disc brakes from, well, I don't even know what the disc brakes are from. They're probably from some kind of newer truck. The disc brakes are powered by a Corvette master cylinder or a GM Performance master cylinder. Well, it's not really a GM Performance. It's just the master cylinder that they put in pretty much everything from like through the 80s. Yeah. And so like it's got a Chevy master cylinder in it. And don't get me wrong, it's because it's a good design. Chevy master in it. Disc brakes from some kind of newer Ford truck, I think.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Hokey gifted another sub to Hibbit. Hey. Hibbity hip 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 hop. Hip Hop Anonymous? Oh, for Pete's sake, this is bad. This is very, very bad. Icky, icky, goo. What was that voice? Don't worry about it. Okay, so this is for the generator and the oil pressure. These ones are like double spliced. I had to splice them with
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hokey gifted a sub to Errol. Hey. What is power steering? Hydraulically assisted steering. It's got it's a hydraulic that helps you steer the car, man. That's the dash lights. This is the dash light to the tacho. The camera is mounted on top of the tachometer. So I basically have to run all this stuff over again. But it's not the worst because all the connectors fit. I have all the connectors up, so it should be easier to figure out this time around. Bad crimp. Very bad crimp. Yep, that's no good. Voltage regulator for the gauges, that was not crimped correctly, and the heat shrink was very badly done by me, so I'm gonna have to redo that one. Does this fit on there? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's probably better that we found this now. So these gosh dang repair loops, man. Why did I do all these repair loops? We don't need all these damn repair loops. All right. Chad, I got to put a heat shrink on this. These two wires are spliced together, and they're spliced together on this terminal here, and that goes to a voltage regulator, which allows the gauges to work. Voltage regulator just changes the voltage if there's something that needs to be, if there's something that needs a different amount of voltage. So these gauges, because Ford is cheap, like they do this to keep costs down. They still do, automotive people still do stuff like this to this day. So you see that little box that's on the back where it says May of 1960 to the left of that, where the green and black wire is plugged into, and then that wire splits off and goes to each one of the gauges, right? Those gauges, I'll bet you, are 6-volt gauges, and they need to regulate the voltage from 12 down to 6 to get the gauges to work correctly. Because in the late 50s, there was this huge switch from 6-volt electrical systems to 12 with cars, and cars still use 12 volts to this day. Don't feed them. They'll turn nasty. What, the gremlins? Nice. All right. Let me fix that. Now, I zip tied all this together. You know, thinking I was like, oh, look at this nice cable management with all these zip ties. It's terrible. It's terrible. Cut it up. And this is a wire harness that I did, what, 5 months ago? That's how that goes to show you how much I've learned. And once again, I don't know why I thought the need to put repair loops in was a good idea. It's just making a mess. Now, I got to figure out where this is coming. So what is this, gauge power? Yep, gauge power. Okay. It's basically Kerbal. Kind of. Maybe, a little bit. What's this wire say? Instrument panel light. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. So that's coming from the light harness to the dash. Spaghetti. Spaghetti. And then I triple splice this. Sorry, I'm just cleaning this harness here. It had some exposed metal on it. So the dash light harness I have spliced. This is spliced to tachometer, to the tach, to get the lights on the tachometer to light up. Yeah, that's what it's doing. Kerbal vehicle program. We'll go with vehicle program, dude. Okay, so this I should be able to just take out. All right. Cool. So this is all stuff that goes to this. And look at all the loops. Oh my goodness. All right, you guys are going to come back over here on the steering wheel. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, we're gonna need a big grommet here, rubber isolator or something. Oh dear. Okay, so let me find all the things that are going to the dash that come from the firewall. So we have our oil sender. Oil sender and the alternator exciter. Okay. So that's the white wire. The white and the light blue. And I'm trying to just get those by themselves so I can move this stuff away from the rest of the harness. This is coming through the firewall. And then there's one wire that goes down to fuse box power. Okay. Cool. So split loom through there. Okay, so those wires go together. So I'm going to move them. Actually, I'll just leave them right here for a moment. And now the camera wire is getting tangled up with you guys are getting tangled up with the wires here. Oh no. Okay, we're going to get shake cam for a second here while I undo it. All right, there we go. Fortunately, this thing has a light on it. Okay, that's the speedo cable right there. Question, what's the driving factor behind redoing the dash panel? What do you mean, Hokey? Oh, the spaghetti, dude. I'm just cable. This is cable management, dudes. I'm not redoing anything. I found some stuff that needed to be redone because I didn't do it right the first time, but I'm not redoing nothing right now. This is just to clean up the wire harness, dude, so I don't have the spaghetti. All right, so this right here, what is this one? This green wire. What's this green one? What's the label? High beam. Okay, high beam indicator. Got it. All right, so I'm going to try to untangle this. Oh, man. Okay. And then this is the fuel. No, that's temp sender. So the temp wire can go over there. And then what indicator is this? Okay, high beam indicator. I already did that. Now, what about these blues here? Where are these? These blues are coming from the steering column, so these ones are most likely directional indicators. These guys. So those are coming up from the dash. We'll revisit those in a moment. I'm trying to get all the stuff that's coming from the firewall. I mean, those are not coming. Yeah, they're coming. Sorry, I'm knocking stuff over. Running out of space in here because of the spaghetti. Those are coming from the steering column, the directional indicators. Yeah, so we don't necessarily. Here, I'm just gonna untangle them from the rest of the wires on the directional indicators, dudes. You're telling me there's a fire in that wall? No, there's a thing that makes a lot of fire on the other side of this wall, though. That's why it's here. The fire and the freedom happens on the other side of that wall that you're looking at. Got to make sure you have a nice big metal surface between you and the freedom. Understand? Or else it could end poorly. Okay. Tangled with this yellow wire here, which is... What is this? Flashers, maybe? Left turn. Okay, so that's a turn signal. Once I get this all kind of cleaned up, dudes, we can really, yeah, the tachometer ground. Once I get this cleaned up, we can really do some, like, that's when we'll start installing the interior. That's when, you know, you'll see some real tangible progress. Other than just spaghetti camera 24/7. Phase 1, lightning watch at the Cape right now. Weather not trending in the right direction per Chris G. Got it. Will you cannonball to LA in the truck? If it'll make it. Man, I'd love to. I'd love to drive cross country in this thing. That'd be amazing. Okay, so all my tachometer wires, this is all the stuff that's coming from the tach. That's all isolated. For the most part? Question mark? Nope, we're still tangled on something. Okay. There we go. All the tack wires are isolated. Man, I left so much I left so much extra wire in here. Jeez. Yeah, these repair loops were a waste of time. That would be a waste of time. Wow. Oh boy. This is going to take a couple of streams to fix, I think. I'm driving cross country in a Kia Rio with an engine light. Oof. Is it a check engine light or service engine soon light? There's a difference. It's got a P0017 code, which is something to do with camshaft timing. Oh, good game. I'm trying to get all the wires covered in with the split loom. There. So all the stuff that's coming out of this, is mostly for ignition, mostly. But that doesn't mean that we won't have stuff that goes to the dash. And then stuff that's coming out of the left loom is stuff that's coming out of the left loom is mostly headlights. Oh my goodness. Yeah, see, I don't even have my fuse box really mounted because I kept everything loose, you know. But I did that on purpose. Is that blue the original color? No, that's just silicone. That's just RTV right here. You're talking about this? Or where's blue? Shouldn't be any blue. That blue down there is just where the clutch cylinder was when it had a manual transmission. I could put a clutch pedal back in here and make an actuator and put a manual transmission back in the truck if I wanted to. Yeah. This green right here, that beige, that's the original color right there. Then it was repainted red. I don't know when that happened. Yeah, I'm not 100% on when that was a thing. All right, so this white wire is going down to the fuse panel. This is the generator or alternator exciter light. I'm going to attempt to untangle it from everything else. And we'll just start managing the cables here. Oh my God. This is bad. Yeah. You know, I keep sitting here and saying like, oh yeah, I did this to learn. Yeah. Yeah, about that. So this is the neutral safety bypass. Oh my goodness. Give me this purple wire. There it is. Yeah, I'm quickly learning that, yeah, that's not how you do that. But hey, whatever. I had to figure it out some way. I wouldn't have known if I didn't have the hindsight. You learned nothing. NSF is going love for Transporter 2. Yeah, it's a great movie. I love it as well. All right, what's this black wire going to? Nothing. I'm gonna guess that this is probably the AC line. Air conditioning. Coming from the firewall. But it's not hooked up to anything. I don't know what this is going to. It's not labeled either. There's nothing on it. I don't see any text. Do you guys? Crap. It's not good having an unlabeled wire like that. I'm not going to lie to you. That's not a good thing. Are you on the outside or in the cab? You are sitting on the dashboard, Sawyer, right now. You're looking at the harness, the main harness coming through the firewall. I'm a little bit down here, a little bit below you, just trying to... Here. I'm trying to get these wires figured out. So what I'm really trying to do initially is this wire right here. This white wire is the alternator exciter wire. I'm trying to isolate it so I can start to make that... I'm going to have that be kind of like my datum point for the... words, man. It's going to be the datum point to make the dash harness. Anything that's coming up from the fuse box to the dash, I'm going to use this as kind of like the start of that harness. And once again, this is just all cable management, dudes. It's just all cable management. Just trying to figure it out. I think I got it isolated. Excellent. Sorry. How's the spaghetti coming? It's coming along okay. Camera wires getting tangled with the real wires again. Okay, so here's everything that's coming from through the firewall to the dash for the most part. We also have the high beam indicator over here, right? And then this wire is coming up from the fuse box. I'll probably keep the neutral safety switch isolated for now, but I want to group these wires together. You know what, I don't want to keep my repair loops in because it's too much slack, but it's, you know what, it's fine. As long as everything is nice and tidy back here, a little extra slack is okay. So here's the start of our cable management. After all this fiddling with the dash, I finally can start bundling up wires, because that's how much we had to untangle there. We can start fixing it, we can rebuild it, we can make it better, stronger, faster. $6 million truck. Cloudy here in South Florida, that kind of sucks. Yeah. Hey, it's 90 and sunny here, man. But transporter's going in the wrong direction for me to see it. All right. That's the start right there. There we go. How does one make a truck worth $6 million. I don't know. Science. I think this is just an unused wire. I'm not sure where it's coming from, to be honest with you. It's not ideal, but it's all right. I'm just going to cut this wire short, and if I have to extend it again, we can do that. So, once again, I think it's just the AC compressor wire, and this truck doesn't have air conditioning. The air conditioning is opening the window. So, that would go to a switch on the dash, so wiring it with the dash harness is fine. And I know it's not good to guess with this stuff. I know that that's what it is. I just don't know why it's not labeled on this side, but I know that that's what it is. What I'm going to do is make sure that nothing shorts out here. We wrap her with electrical tape, and then we, boop, the rear end. See? Just, there you go. Locked out. Perfect. It's Bluetooth AC, Vin. That's what it is. Bluetooth. Okay? And now we have stuff that's coming up from the fuse box over here. Okay, so now oh man, there's so many gremlins, dude. Man, I'm really happy I know what all this stuff does, because if I went and tackled this like this would be so much more difficult if I didn't know why I did this way. Like if I gave this to another person and then they went back and looked at this, they would be like, why did you, who is this? This person's a moron. And you know what? They'd probably be right. We'll switch over to coverage in about 15 minutes, guys. Okay, so this white wire is coming up from the main fuse box here. Oh my goodness. Okay. Here, you guys go down here. All right, so what other wires here are coming up to the dash from here? That's where this wire basically needs to go. It needs to go like right here. All right, so we have our directional indicator lights. Those are coming up from the dash, so, or coming up from the steering column to the dash, right? So this can go like that through there. And this will go up through there, and then we will splice the thing here with that, like that. Well, not splice. Not splice. Not splice. No, no. Not you. Not you. So that's a directional indicator, right? And then I have another directional indicator here. Annoying question. Are you confident about this rust? Confident about rust? No, you should never be confident about rust. This? That's not rust, guys. Guys, the truck's 64 years old. What do you want? Or not 64, 62 years old. What do you want? It's freaking like, I mean, am I confident about the rust? Do I wish it wasn't there? Yeah, of course. But like, what do you want to do? Get up there and fix it? That's just surface rust. That's nothing. Yeah, that's nothing. That's not structural. That's just from being old. It's just an old car. You know? That's what that's from. Okay. So I'm going to try to undo this coming through the firewall. I'm trying to untangle this wire. Once again, this is the directional indicator for the blinkers. The blinkers guy. There. Okay. So this one will go with the white wire right here. There. So that stays with the alternator exciter wire. Okay. Yeah, if I should be worried about the hole in the floor if we're gonna worry about the rust. You know, that's what we probably should be worried about. Okay, so this one is the directional, the other directional, I think. Left turn signal. Go for prop load. Cool. That can go up there. Just got to make sure that we don't, like my feet are going to be moving around in here to actuate the footlight and stuff. Just got to make sure we don't get snagged on the wire harness. That would really, really, really suck. Okay. Yeah, I have way too much slack in here. I gotta pull it through. Right here. Cool. Okay. Oh, I gotta isolate it a little bit more. Oh, geez. You guys can't really see anything, can you? You guys want me to shift the camera? You tell me. It's tough. Yeah, there's a bunch of wires in the foreground, so it's hard to see here. What I'm basically doing here is I'm taking the wires that are coming through the firewall, wires that are going from the fuse box to the dash, and wires that are coming from the firewall to the dash, and I'm trying to put them basically on 3 separate circuits, so to speak, like 3 separate lines. It's proving to be a little bit difficult. I'm basically just untangling everything. And keep in mind, this is a simple truck. This is a simple wire harness. Pretty crazy, huh? A little bit different when you don't have a Molex connector to hook everything together for power. Somebody touch my spaghetti! Somebody touch my spaghetti! Oh, spaghetti! Spaghetti! Hi, my name's Spaghetti. I do parties. Your mind would be blown by some of the cable harnesses I work on. Choose your next words wisely, Persian. Yeah, no, this isn't blowing my mind. I know what everything does, dude. I'm just trying to get it simple. What I like to do when I build, and this is when I build in KSP Havocs, like when I build in KSP and anywhere else, dude, like if I'm making a mod or whatever, I've done a bunch of, we do a bunch of different things. Whatever I try to do, I try to make sure that, I try to make sure that someone can look at this and understand what the frick I was trying to do. Like I try to make a user experience, and I do that with every single Kerbal craft that I make. Like I try to make it intuitive and easy to understand, and that's just making it idiot proof. So like that's what I'm doing right now. But yeah, I mean if I understood the harness well enough, dude, it shouldn't be an issue. Like I should be able to understand it. Even a moron like me. So like, yeah, I know what everything does here, dude. Like, and I'm sure I could understand those, looking at those, like the harnesses, whatever harnesses you're talking about would probably be a little intimidating at first, but I'd get it eventually. I'd be like, oh, that's what do good more like. But, hopefully somebody designed it with the same care that I'm going to put this thing together with. Okay. Okay, these are the directional indicators. And just like me, one line is longer than the other. Man, I didn't measure anything when I put this harness together. Nothing. Look at the slack difference. This wire ends right here. This one just keeps going. It keeps going until we get to this part right here. Yeah, all right. I'm trying to make it so I really don't have to cut and splice wires that I've already ran, but this one is kind of inevitable. Oh, nice, Cajun. Yep. That's cool, man. Pretty nifty, my dude. Wow. Yeah, the worst thing about working on projects for the Department of Defense, yeah, can't share the stories. I hear you, man. I hear you. Dude, Havoc's like, I'm not saying my stories are as good as yours, but I'll tell you, there's some stuff I can't talk about that I've done in my day. Stuff I cannot talk about. I mean, don't get me wrong, I probably would. I probably could, but I don't want to. Not going to risk it. Everybody's stories are good. Yeah. Right. All right. There's too much extra slack on this wire. So, like, look at how much extra slack I have here. And then the other one, that's for one of the directionals. This is for the other one. This wire stops right here. Look at the slack difference. Yeah. See, that's probably the biggest mistake that I made. But once again, unless I had a wiring expert here, I wouldn't have known. All right, you guys want to switch over to Falcon? I have to cut this wire shorter. Yeah, it's better to overestimate than underestimate. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So that's why, like, I guess I was just like, meh, all right, whatever. But meh, all right, whatever. Certainly means that I'm going to pay for it now. But once again, like, it goes back to what I was saying, man. I had to learn. I had to learn somehow. I had to learn how to do this some way. Like, that's just kind of how it be. Like, there's no other way to do this, I gotta find the right connectors here because I need to splice this. Maybe I should just use a butt connector. Wire stretching is really tough. Well, all right. Well, that's good to know. Okay. You know what? I'll probably just solder this. We'll probably just solder it back together. So if this goes right here, right, and I want this wire to, how much slack do we need to take out of this thing? Right there. Make sure to leave myself some slack up there. And then just give me a little bit of extra slack. All right, cool. And then cut it. See, took out about a foot. Now, what I need to do is just solder this back together. Okay, give me the heat shrink. I gotta go get the soldering iron. Okay, let's solder this cable up and then we'll watch some Falcon 9 action, dudes. Let me get my soldering iron. I don't know where that is. Oh no, it's right here. Sweet. I found it. Ready? Want to see this thing? This thing's pretty rad. Sawyer gave this thing to me in chat. It's a butane soldering iron, which is pretty rad. Really easy. Makes it really easy to solder things. Yo, all right, Cajun, I'm kind of in the middle of something right now, dude. Give me 1 second. I'll check that. I'll check that in a second, dude. Check it in a second. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going underneath, and I'm going to heat up the copper, and then soldering from the top, and I'm going to get the solder to melt into the copper strands. To fuse this wire together. Oh, you pissant. You should really buy one for yourself, Sawyer. Dude, it's a great soldering iron. Okay. Sweet. T-minus 20-minute vent. Okay, so that's the strong back chill down. So let's switch over to coverage here after I just heat this up real quick. There. Cool. Like it wasn't even there. Okay. Now let me run this wire up here through there like that, and that should give us the slack that we need. Perfect. Now they are equal length. Perfect. Yes. Okay, we're making some progress here. Perfect. I could say perfect again if you guys wanted to hear it one more time. Just perfect. Perfect. You win. How many truck streams do you reckon until we can start it and run it for a little while? Dude, we could start it and run it right now. I mean, it's not going to work with all the... It's not going to work with the wires like this, but we could. Okay. Let me just leave this like this, and then on the other side of the Falcon launch, we'll keep going. Ananas, I'm probably... Like, that's the thing. It'll run and drive right now, but there's no seat. There's no seat. My neutral safety switch doesn't work. There's no exhaust, and I'm not 100% sure that the brakes work either. I know my brake lines are leaking, so yeah, it's yeah, we got a little ways to go, dude. I don't know if I could put a number on it, dude, but I want to get this done for the summer, so you know, relatively soon. Hey, Ozzy. All right, so I'll leave that like that for now. But I've done a good majority of untying it or unbuttoning it right now, so yeah, that looks way better. Is this dash wiring? Yeah. Yeah, it is. So right here, these wires that I just made look really nice. Like see how this is all nice and tidy now? That stuff is for the directionals. So that's the directional indicator. And then this is the alternator exciter. That goes to the dash, right? And then on the other side, we have to get our low and the brake switch, which is this white wire. And then the turn signal power is the green and the yellow. And then we have to fix the rest of this stuff, which is the lights. Like this is flashers, the horn, a couple of other things. But good progress is being made here. It won't take too long. Like the thing is about wiring, guys, is that I'm taking my time. I'm taking my time with this. I've never done it. I know what needs to be done, right? But I don't want to rush it and do anything stupid. And I don't want to burn my house down and burn the truck. You know? So I'm just kind of going slow on purpose. You're an exciter. Got him. Right. Let's get some rocket launch coverage here. Who switched us to Falcon 9 launch coverage? Wait, did one of you guys change the title? You did like 2 seconds ago. Oh. Alright. Because I would have been a little bit annoyed if this entire time this stream has said SpaceX launch coverage and it showed my stupid butt underneath the truck. There we go. Wait, the truck isn't launching? No, not yet. Nice, Hokie. This is a Polar RTLS, dudes. Yeah, Polar return to launch site. This is gonna launch due south out of Cape Canaveral. Actually, it's gonna launch due southeast, like flying towards the Bahamas. And then, once it gets high enough in the air, it's gonna take a right-hand turn, heading due south, and shoot itself off into a polar orbit. The first stage will turn around and fly backwards and boost back and land, and then it'll be aiming next to the, like in the water, and then at the last second it's gonna steer itself back to the coast. It's gonna be a pretty insane mission. Bit of info, 1060.8, LZ1 landing. Fairings, the fairings that are used were on Transporter 1 and Starlink 21, and the other flew Salcom 1B and Starlink 18. Fairing recovery by the HOS Briarwood. 88 sats on board. It's pretty crazy. It's basically pulling a Freedom 7. About as close as a Falcon 9 could. How about a Fresca? Here we go.
LWO1 WeatherNet. Lift-off conditions looking pretty good.
Looking pretty good.
ESPS is ready for launch. Ignition.
Max.
Liftoff.
Falcon 9 has cleared the tower.
This is not Starlink satellites, Taradra. This is a rideshare mission with some Starlink satellites on it.
10, 9.
You see the photo I linked? I was under the dash of the truck, kid.
5, 4.
So no,
3,
I did not.
2, 1.
Nice. Starlink going polar. Yep.
Good afternoon.
You're
It's
looking
Tuesday,
at a live shot
June
of Falcon
29th,
9.
and we're here at SpaceX's headquarters in Hawthorne, California.
Shiva?
You're looking at a live view of Falcon 9 as it awaits its 2:56 p.m. Eastern Time launch from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. My name is Andy Tran, and I'm a production supervisor here at SpaceX.
Andy, even better.
Welcome to the webcast for SpaceX's Transport 2 mission.
go over here.
It's our second dedicated smallsat rideshare program launch and our 20th launch of 2021. SpaceX created this program to provide
There's double
small
audio
satellite
because I have
operators
speakers,
with
guys.
more
I have my
flight
headset
opportunities
here.
and flexible flight times at a competitive
go.
price.
How's that?
There are 85 spacecraft on board in addition to 3 Starlink satellites. This includes CubeSats, microsats, and orbital transfer vehicles, sometimes called space tugs, which would deploy their spacecraft after separating from Falcon 9.
Hey, Donald, 55-month resub.
On screen
Can you still
is
hear it?
Falcon 9
Not really.
at Space Launch Complex 40.
Discovery,
The
go at throttle up.
2-stage rocket
Jasper,
stands
21
70
months,
meters
let's light
tall,
this
and that
candle.
is greater than the wingspan of a 747 aircraft. We prep Falcon 9 for launch in our hangar
RT,
at the
bonjour.
base of the pad, and then upon completing final checkouts, Falcon 9 rolls out to the pad and goes
I can
vertical.
hear it. Here, let me just turn it up just a little
Today's
bit.
mission is the 8th flight for this particular
There we go.
booster. It debuted about a year ago on the GPS-3 Space Vehicle Number 3 mission, and it also supported the Turksat 5A mission as well as 5
Look at the top of the
Starlink
fairing.
missions.
Top of the fairing
You can
has
tell
that
by
has thermal
the
protection
re-entry
on it.
soot on the bottom
Weather's
of the
not
vehicle
looking
that this
decent.
booster has flown before.
Good enough.
The bottom 2/3 of the vehicle is the first stage.
You guys want to look
Its
for
objective
anvil
is to
clouds. Anvil
accelerate the
clouds is
vehicle
what
through the
they
Earth's atmosphere
really
to
worry
space
about when
and
it
then
comes to
separate
this,
from the
okay?
rest of the rocket.
So,
From there, it will make its way back to Earth, target
Here,
a
I'll let
landing
Andy
back
talk for
on
a
land
second, and then I'll tell you
this
about it.
afternoon on
Yeah,
landing
see?
zone 1, which is
Those
the pad that you
clouds
see
over there
on
in the
screen
background,
right now.
kind of
And
anvil
if you are
clouds,
an
but not.
Eastern Florida resident, you might even be able to see Falcon 9 over the ocean and hear one
Why are
or
they called
more
anvil
sonic
clouds?
booms as
Because they're
Falcon 9
shaped
makes
like
its way
anvils.
back
They're usually
to
dark.
the landing zone.
Those are not thunderstorms.
On top of the first stage is the
Over there on the right, far right, those are anvil clouds. See them over there? Way far right of the screen, top right.
That allow the first and second stage to separate during flight.
Nearest
Then on
anvil
top
cloud
of
would
the
be close to
inner stage
Orlando.
Is the Falcon 9 second
And
stage, which takes the payload
That
to
is
its
over.
eventual
That's over by
destination in
Orlando.
orbit.
See where those dark clouds
The
are up
first
on the
stage
top right?
separates
Those
about
are anvil
2.5
clouds.
minutes
Those are
into flight.
thunderstorms.
The second stage will then carry the 80
Yo,
spacecraft
WD.
to orbit. In
What's
order
up,
to get
man?
to the intended orbit today, we'll need to light our second stage twice before deploying all of our payloads.
This is a transporter.
And similar
transporter
to the
2 mission.
first transporter
So
mission,
Jason
we'll be
Statham
flying
is
a
on board.
fuel
No, I'm just
dome
kidding.
payload
Sorry.
tray,
Don't.
which
No.
is essentially a small
It's a rideshare
platform
mission.
mounted on the
There's a
back
bunch
end
of small
the second
satellites
stage
on this.
fuel
There's
dome
88
that
small
will release
sats
a
and 5
handful of
Starlink
spacecraft
satellites,
today.
I think.
This is worth mentioning as we expect this tray to obstruct one of 2 MVAC views during flight. And at the very top of the rocket, the satellites are safely enclosed inside of the 17-foot diameter payload fairing. That is
Payload
what we're
fairing's a
seeing
little
on
scuffed
screen
up.
right now. This protects the payload from aerothermal loads, heating, and contamination during ascent. Once we reach the vacuum of space, we will jettison the fairing as the second stage continues its journey to orbit. For today's mission, our fairing is making its 3rd flight, and we will be attempting to recover the fairing halves from the water following landing
When this
on our
thing deploys
our
88
chartered recovery
satellites,
vessel,
then
HOS
you're going to see some
Briarwood.
serious stuff.
And lastly, the large truss structure next to Falcon 9 is called the Transporter Erector, also known as the TE. Its job is to roll
Your
Falcon 9
background
out
screen
to
is
the
not full
launch
screen.
pad,
OBS, I
raise
assume.
it
You
to a
please
vertical
drag it
launch
so it's on
position,
AAL
and also
screen.
route
Thanks.
power, fluids, and communication to the rocket and satellite.
How's that?
At around T-minus 4.5 minutes, it will begin to retract away from the rocket, providing clearance for Falcon 9 to lift off.
Now we got a
The
nice
chief
spacey
engineer held
background.
a
Is that
technical
better?
poll at the T-minus 1 hour mark, and the launch director held a propellant load and launch go-no-go poll at T-minus 38 minutes. Since
Small
the
cell about to
T-minus
move in, so hopefully
35
they're
minute
going
mark,
for the start of the
Falcon 9
window.
has been
I think
loaded
they'll
with
launch.
propellants, and the vehicle is a
I think they
bipropellant
will.
vehicle, which means that it uses 2 types of propellants. For fuel, a refined form of kerosene called RP1, and for its oxidizer, super chilled liquid oxygen, also known as LOX. Currently, RP1 is fully loaded on the second stage and nearly fully loaded on the first stage. Liquid oxygen loading is currently underway for both of our stages. Helium load began before the webcast went live as well, and will continue to top off until about 1.5 minutes before launch. We use helium to
Yeah,
pressurize
Marcel,
the tanks as the
I
propellant is
take
pulled
the
out by
put the background
engine
off
pumps
sometimes
during ascent.
because this
In
is an old
about 30
computer and the
seconds, at
encoder
around
doesn't
the
like
T-minus
it.
7 minute
But it
mark,
seems to be okay
engine
right now,
chill will
so
begin.
just leave
This
it.
is where we allow a small amount of super chilled liquid oxygen to flow into the Merlin engine's turbopumps prior to the full flow of LOX to avoid any thermal shocks to the system. Checkouts of the second stage thrust vector control actuators are also underway. This is known as the engine wiggle test. We move the thrust
That's right,
chamber
Geek.
slightly to make sure that the guidance hardware is a go for flight. The first stage engines also perform the same wiggle test just seconds before ignition.
Grav, sorry I had
Just
to cut and run
under
last
7
night,
minutes
dude. I
to
was
lift
tired,
off. The
man.
vehicle is healthy.
I
We're
basically-
currently working no issues.
I was gonna fall asleep at my
Range and
desk if
weather
I
are
didn't get
both
up and
green
go
for
to
today.
bed.
All systems continue to be go for a liftoff at
all good, Marcel.
2:56
All good,
p.m.
man.
Eastern Time.
Just enjoy the launch, my guy. It's all good, brother. No worries.
And as I
right
mentioned earlier, this is SpaceX's 20th mission of the year and the 127th mission to date.
on. Yeah, Geek, it's
So
about
far,
the same
only
here,
one
dude.
of our
Here,
missions
look.
this year has been launched on a new booster, and for this
Sweat my
particular
balls
booster,
off,
it's
dude.
going to be
Whatever.
flying for the 8th time.
He doesn't really
Overall,
bother me.
over half the missions we've completed have been flown on flight-proven boosters. Reusability allows SpaceX to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, which
Hey,
in
Andette.
turn
What's
drives
up,
down
dude?
the cost of space
Stage
access.
1 fuel load is
It
complete.
is also
All
it
right,
also allows
stage
us
1
to
fuel
increase
load
our
is
launch
complete,
cadence
and
and
now,
provides more flight opportunities for our customers.
in
like
another
those on
like
board today's
3 to 4
mission.
minutes, they'll finish topping
Last
off
year,
the second
we launched
stage.
more than any other launch provider in the world. On our first transporter mission earlier this year, we launched a record-breaking 143 spacecraft, which is super cool. And while there are fewer customer spacecraft on board today's mission compared
Second
to
stage
Transporter
fueling
1,
should be closing
we are
out in
actually
another
launching
couple of
more
minutes.
mass to orbit
When
on
it
this
does,
mission than the previous
the
one.
transporter erector will shoot out a
Several of
bunch
the
of
customers on board today's
gaseous oxygen.
Transporter 2 mission have multi-launch agreements with
Hey, Pie
SpaceX.
Guy.
So some of the names that you'll hear a bit later in the
Refresh,
webcast
I
might sound
tracked you 30
familiar to
seconds
those of you who have tuned in for previous rideshare
Here, we'll fast
missions.
forward a live stream.
We're targeting 3 dedicated rideshare flights in sun-synchronous orbit per year, and we also offer opportunities to ride to orbit on our Starlink missions, which launch every couple of weeks. Small satellites can ride to space on SpaceX's Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, as well as Starship in the not-too-distant future. If you're interested in learning more about the rideshare program or want to reserve your own spot, head on over to our website at spacex.com/rideshare. We are just under 5 minutes to liftoff. Falcon 9 is now moving into the final stages of the countdown. Any moment now, the strong back will begin to open up its clamp. Once open,
May
they will
cause headache,
evacuate the
nausea,
rocket to its
drowsy,
pre-launch
upset
position
stomach,
about 2 degrees
indigestion, and
away from
diarrhea.
Falcon 9.
In
And
some
as Falcon 9
cases,
lifts off,
death.
hydraulic arms will pull the strong back farther away to make sure that it is clear during liftoff.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Marcel, 3 months.
And so there was a call out for strong back retract. You can see the clamp arms just under the fairing start to open up. The strongback is part of the transport erector, also called the TE.
Okay, so the arms are
Again,
open
its
up.
job is to roll
The
Falcon 9
TE will
out to
move
the
out
launch
just a
pad,
little bit.
raise it to a vertical launch position, route power,
Yeah,
fluids, and
geek, right?
communication to both the rocket and satellite.
Yeah, both fairing halves are reused. The
And
first
you can
stage
start
is on
to hear
its
some of the hissing and popping.
it's
And that is
1060.8,
pressure venting
so
from the rocket
first stage
and the
is way up
plumbing
there.
in the transporter erector.
YouTube needs to be canceled already. Saying the Switch changed my mind. I'm not sure how that's relevant to what we're doing, Dave's, but yeah, I mean, I know what you mean.
So at this
But
stage,
then I
the
wouldn't be
strongback
able to
should
stream,
be,
dude.
Reclined to its pre-launch position, 2 degrees away from Falcon 9. The vehicle remains in good health. The first and second stages are almost done fueling. Gaseous oxygen is also venting from the base of Falcon 9. That is the chillin of the Merlin engine turbopumps. About
Okay,
a
so
minute
what
before
they
liftoff,
do
you will hear
is,
the announcement that Falcon 9
They start flowing propellants into the engines. First and foremost, it's like priming an engine. So you get your propellants basically ready to go. So when you turn the engine on, it fires right off right away. The other thing is that it's a thermal conditioning for the engine. Falcon 9 is using semi-cryogenic propellants. So it's using what's called RP1 and liquid oxygen. So RP1 is basically diesel fuel. That's why Falcon 9, when it's reused, has all that soot on it. It's diesel. The gas generator on the Merlin 1Ds run very fuel rich, so it shoots out a lot of soot. It basically rolls coal. So RP1 is not hot, is not cold. It's hot. It's just room temperature, I guess. But the liquid oxygen is extremely cold. You don't want to dump like freezing liquid oxygen right into an engine, because it'll two things can happen. It can flash freeze stuff and break it, like Terminator style. Like, remember Terminator 2? Hasta la vista, baby. You could do that, but you also don't want to have the propellants exchanging heat. So if you take like cold propellants and you put it into a hot engine, it's gonna evaporate. You don't want your propellants evaporating before they go into the engine. It's called a liquid fuel engine for a reason. You don't want to have your liquid fuel engine have gas going into it. That's probably not a good idea. Hey, new game. Why do they look like male genitalia? Does your dick have landing legs, bro? Like, I mean, if it does, please, you might be the human missing link. Like, I mean, I don't, what if it did? I mean, talk to your doctor, I guess? I don't know what to say. There's the TE purge right there. Like, talk to your doctor,
white clouds forming around Falcon 9. That is normal and expected at this stage in the countdown.
So what they're doing there is getting the fuel out of the fuel lines that go up the transporter erector, the gray structure, to the second stage.
And form those white clouds that
Don't
you see
leg
on
shame
screen.
you. I'm not leg shaming you.
Flight computers in startup.
So we have some excitement here in Hawthorne, but
Continuing to
Falcon
count, range
9
is
Nope,
no-go.
this is
We'll
Slick
hold at
40.
30 seconds of range. Status does not change.
Falcon 9 is in startup, and this means that the first and second stages are beginning to pressurize for launch.
Okay. I think they just gave him the clear for launch. I didn't really hear it because the volume's down on the speaker. I think so, Shackstar. Yep. How slick is it, Barry?
We're just about 20
T-minus
seconds away from liftoff.
20 seconds. Okay, first stage should press for flight.
LD, this is RCN. Countdown, range is no-go. Repeat,
Oh.
range is no-go.
Scrub.
Hold.
Nope. They saw something they
And
didn't
we
like.
did hear the call to
It's
hold.
definitely weather related.
Give us a second. We're going to check in with the teams and see if we can get some more information for you.
The countdown hold due to a failed range.
Failed range. Lightning. You think so, Ian? They said failed range. It could be a bunch of different things. The range is basically like the air traffic control for the rockets. If they see something, if the range says don't go, you don't go. That would be like taking off of a runway in an airport without asking for permission. You don't do that. Maz, 70-month resub. Thank you. Titan Biz would be that role. I blame you for this. No, you. Thick cloud rule. Yep. Okay. They recycle the count anyway, guys. It was a range violation. Interesting. It is a 50-minute window, which means they can attempt to launch a couple more times. Something in the range, human. It might be a boat. It could be lightning. I'm not sure. I didn't hear what they said.
So we did have a hold. Looks like the range was a no-go. There might have been an airplane in the area. We do have a backup opportunity tomorrow, but for today, that's going to do it for us. Hopefully you'll join us tomorrow for the next launch attempt of Transporter
2. All right, so what just happened? If you don't know, so they had a range violation. So what does that mean?
Discovery.
The range is where it's basically air traffic control for the rockets. And it's kind of controlling the area where the rocket's going to fly. The rocket has a track, basically. Think of it like a road that goes all the way up, all the way up into space, right? It has a track, and that track has a certain radius around it. So it would be like if you took a slinky, right, and you stretch a slinky out, it would look like that, right? If something flies in that track or a boat sails into that track or underneath it, they'll just call it off. So it looks like they did have a range violation. Whether it was a boat or an airplane, I'm not 100% sure. I think Andy said airplane. So that means somebody flew basically near that track. Somebody flew near it. You don't screw around with rockets. Don't screw around with it, because if that rocket gets near that plane in any way, shape, or form, bad stuff is going to happen. So it's better to just err on the side of caution with this. So looks like we're going to get a launch tomorrow. Also, someone flew into a temporary flight restriction. That's correct, your shipment. Yeah. There's a TFR every time they go to launch the rocket. So it's a notification basically saying, don't fly here during this time because a rocket's going to launch. Is it Southwest's fault? I don't know, Bandit. Maybe. Yeah. No, Bandit, that thing went around the TFR. He went around the TFR, dude. No, not that. The Southwest guy flew around the TFR, dude. I can already tell. You see how his track goes to the left and back to the right? Maybe he didn't fly out there enough. So, hey, Loco. The launch scrubbed. They got down to about 11 seconds, and then they stopped. Long story short, an airplane was flying around where the rocket was supposed to go, and they don't play games with that. If a plane violates the TFR, first of all, those pilots are going to be in a little bit of trouble, because that means they flew into restricted airspace without even thinking about it, which is, yeah, that's not good. That's like speeding through a construction zone. That's the plane equivalent of doing that, of like going 100 miles an hour where construction workers are working on the road. Yeah, that's like that equivalent. You get your head out of your tailpipe. But I don't know if it was that Southwest flight or not. It looks like the Southwest flight flew around the TFR. So I mean, there's a P-8 Poseidon out there, but yeah, he turned around. It was a Falcon 9 launch. There was no plane in the range from what I could see. Yeah, if you violate something like that, is it like points on a license? How does that work? Pretty sure you get fined, but you'd have to ask a pilot, dude. Yeah. Here. I'll show you what the temporary flight restriction usually looks like for launches out of the Cape. I'll use that picture that you just linked, Bill. So you see this right here? That's the TFR. That Southwest flight went out and around the TFR. That's the area right there. And then there's an additional hazard area that goes down here for when the first stage comes back in and lands. So that's usually what the temporary flight restriction looks like for rockets right there. Yeah, that's usually what it looks like. And then, once again, there's an additional one that goes this way, down here, for when the first stage comes back and lands. So, yeah, it didn't like it. This was a strange one. Transporter, South End Dogleg. Yeah. It was a good, I mean, it's a cool mission. But they said they'll be back tomorrow. So, we'll cover it again tomorrow. No problem. Guys, sometimes it's better to just err on the side of caution. If you're not sure, don't launch it. If you're not sure the rocket's going to do what you want it to do, don't launch. It took years to get all 88 of those satellites on top of that rocket, and it took years to get this mission figured out and all the logistics of all those little satellites, all the adapters, all the electrical power for 88 freaking satellites. It took years. It took years to stage this mission. Don't blow it because you didn't want to wait 24 hours. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. So wait. Just wait. If you're not sure, just wait. It's easier that way. Just wait till the sun comes out. Florida ain't called the Sunshine State for no reason. Sun will be out tomorrow. You bet your bottom dollar it'll be out tomorrow. Is my hair turning red? No. Get out! Shirley J. Nice. Yeah, Cavlish, I got you. Can we get an EJ Show Tune stream? No. Maybe that's a P-8 on patrol. I mean, yeah, Hazanku, it's just maritime patrol, but he turned. The P-8 guy knew what was going on. The P-8 pilot was like, nah, I'm good. Nah, we'll go over here. You know? I think I saw your soul leaving in disgust. Plane flies around the TFR, rocket flies around the plane. Simple. Do you have a PPL? If not, would you do it? Yeah, Journey, I would love to. It's just something I don't have the money and the time for. I'm trying to save money for other things. And I'm deuteronomically colorblind, so I can't fly at night. But whatever. It is what it is. 2 Coast Guard ships have been dispatched. It was a boat. Yeah, okay. I mean, Journey, I can fly. Like, I have full confidence in myself to be able to fly an airplane. I can fly around in Flight Sim, no problem. Like, and I get it. Flight Sim is not the real thing. But, so what I did when we played Flight Sim, and we're going to play Flight Sim again when the Top Gun patch comes out. When I played Flight Sim, I had a Cessna CFI basically teach me. So, like, dude, I could fly it. I know I could fly it. I just got to go and do it. Is that when it comes out, Thomas? Oh, dude, we should probably play more Flight Sim before that. Like, I can I can land the planes, no problem. I could, dude, I can program the FMCs or the FMS on the citation. Like, I can do all that, no problem. I had a guy that flies CJ4s come on the stream and basically teach me how to use that. Yeah, they're adding F-18s and carriers to Flight Sim, Alexis. Yeah, Knight, I'm not too worried, dude. Dude, I know how the plane works. Like, it's not just being able to fly it. I know whatever, like, and I'm not going to say, like, the average pilot doesn't know what everything does, but, like, I know what it does. Like, I know what the wings are doing. I know what the whole thing is doing. Like, dude, I study airplanes for fun because I'm a weirdo. So you're saying that flying a plane in Microsoft Flight Simulator is equal to in real life flying? No, I'm saying when I fly around a Cessna and take off and land the thing and a real pilot says, yeah, you would have no problem flying a Cessna in real life, that's what I mean. Because that's what happened. Yeah, Alexis, basically. History repeats itself, huh? Expansion's coming out the same day as the actual movie. Yeah, alright. Okay. Yeah, I had my buddy shatter. Sorry, there's condensation on an AC duct here and it's dripping on my computer. Don't want that. Yeah, I had a commercial airline pilot. I had a Cessna CFI, certified flight instructor, and a Citation CJ4 pilot tell me that I'm good. You'd probably be a lot more nervous in a real Cessna versus Flight Sim. No, not really. You don't fear what you understand. I understand how the plane works. I know what it's doing. What the frick? Okay, what's Elon saying? This is a tweet from Elon. Unfortunately, the launch got called off for today as an aircraft entered the keep-out zone, which is unreasonably gigantic. There's simply no way that humanity can become a spacefaring civilization without major regulatory reform. The current regulatory system is broken. Oh, dude. Dude, he really likes stirring the pot, man. Damn. I know what he means. Basically, we need more legislature, or we need some kind of thing that makes launching rockets more like airplanes. Ow. I know, I get what he's trying to say. I don't think he wants less regulation. He says regulatory reform, Pythos, not less. I understand what he's trying to say, dude. He wants to be able to launch starships like a plane taking off from a runway. There's a bunch of condensation on this thing, and I do not want it dripping into my computer. That's great. I understand. I get it. I mean, whether the FAA or anybody else agrees with him, that's kind of, you know. Yeah, Wisp, for sure. He just wanted the keep-out zone to be, yeah, smaller because, yeah, exactly. That's the whole point of the flight termination system. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree completely. The freaking AC vents are condensing and they're dropping water on my power supply on the computer. That's not good. This one, perhaps? Let me see. Could be. Who knows what that is? I don't know. It's going 290 knots. Don't know what kind of plane that is. So what now? Want to get back to working on the truck? Yeah, probably, Savvy, actually. Battlefield looked pretty fun. It's a U.S. military aircraft. I mean, to be fair, we've also proven this vehicle's capability time and time again. The keep out zone should evolve with that knowledge, but it really hasn't. Yep. Work on a truck. I thought this was a standing garage stream. Been busy with work today. How's progress on the truck? I have to untangle that mess. But other than that, we're doing okay. Maybe, Swishio. Who knows? Would military pilots get reprimanded for breaking the TFR? Yeah, they'd probably hear about it from somebody. What are ULA's TFRs compared to Falcon 9? Well, Falcon 9 has a bigger TFR because it boosts back and lands. It has a bigger flight restricted area, especially this one, because the first stage is coming back, and it's coming back in a different direction that it took off from. Well, more or less. How about putting something over the computer to protect it from the drips? Yeah. I'll just put some paper towels on there. Yeah, it's dripping onto my surge protector, and I'm not too happy about that. I said power supply before, it's a surge protector. But, you know, the last thing I really want or need is that dripping into, you know, the surge protector. That probably would end badly. Move the computer a few feet to the left. Yeah. Yeah. You guys don't know how little space I have in this garage. Don't you think I would have done that if I could? Why would I think that putting a paper towel over the surge protector is a better idea than moving the computer? Come on. Come on, dudes. Looks like the hot fix for KSP is out. Oh boy. I'm going to switch this back over to truck stuff. And we're going to go from there. Okay. All right. Let's get back to fixing these wires, dudes. So the Falcon 9 scrubbed, so I'm going to get back to working on the truck. So I also dropped my phone, but it got stuck up there in the wiring spaghetti. It's okay, the spaghetti caught it, guys. Have you ever collected Hess trucks? No. No, I haven't. All right, so we got that all figured out. Now, what wire is this? Okay. So the rest of the dash harness can come up here like this. All right, so this is the directional indicators right here. This is the exciter wire right here. That goes to a light on the dash to tell me that my alternator is working. Do you have a zip tie gun? No, but I have zip ties, dude. Right now, Sav, I'm just using some electrical tape to hold this stuff in position. Yeah, I'm just using some electrical tape to hold these guys like the way that I want right there. I'm just going to leave that. That's temporary because we need to add more wires. So this is going up to the dashboard from the steering column. And then we have the exciter wire there. This is the turn signal indicator. That goes up here like this. And then we have the green, which is, so that's left and right directional. That can go up there, and then brakes. Okay. All right, cool. Update is too small to be the hot fix. Oh, okay. Updated the title for you. I already did that, drummer, but all right. Just switch it to 1959 Ford F100 dashboard wiring or whatever you wanted it to be. Okay, so actually this will work. I want these wires to be up over here. I want them to be up against the steering column, and I want them to be out of the way. Because my foot is going to be right here, your left foot. And I don't want my left foot like getting hooked on a wire or something. That would end pretty badly. Zip tie gun is to make them pretty after the fact. Oh, okay. All right. All right, so that can go over there. All right, now what's the rest of these wires and where do they go? Let's try this one. What is this one? Fortunately, I have all these labeled. This is the horn. Okay, so this can follow the exciter wire here. And this wire does not need to be this long. So I'm going to have to cut and splice this again. Where you know, like, yeah, I gotta cut and splice it. The hotfix for KSP is something about AOORE, breaking saves. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Okay. Now, I have an empty one right here, and I'm wondering what it goes to. No. Is there any open wires here? Huh. Okay. Huh. 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 Strange. I don't know. Wait, what's this one? What are you? What's this wire right here? This guy. Oh, that's the heater. Okay, that's the heater wire for the heater box. Yep. All right. I gotta be careful not to run wires like where my feet are gonna go. I have flippers for freaking feet, so. Okay. Okay. All right, so we need to figure out where the rest of these wires need to go. What's this brown one right here? Hazard lights. Okay. Dukes of hazard lights. Yeah, the hazard lights and the horn light or the horn wire are way too long. So we can hook these in with this harness right here. Can you guys see that all right? So this is the horn and the hazard lights. They can go in through and then down here like that and into their connectors. Or we could run them up here and then run them down. Yeah, I don't mind doing that way. That's not a bad way to do this. The hot fix is just for people that don't have making history as something was breaking their saves. Oh. Okay. Well, that's cool. See, now I don't want to... Oh, I can find a better way. Hold on. Let me undo the electrical tape here. Now I don't want to run the alternator exciter wire where I ran it. I'm getting a bunch of Discord messages about you guys doing mod tests about purging people. Okay. So for the horn wire and the Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. All right, so hang on. That needs to go around this. Once again, guys, what I'm doing is I'm just untangling everything. That's the brakes. I have an urge to buy you a set of temporary zip ties. This pains me. Yeah, well, it was my first time doing it, dude. You're going to have to excuse me. My first time doing it, man. What do you want? It's Sally. I know it sucks. I know, man. I know it's atrocious. I'm kind of thinking just redo it. It's atrocious to freaking try and fix this. I didn't think it would be this bad. I'm like, oh, it shouldn't be too hard to just get these things all fixed up. No, it's bad. But then again, it's like I keep saying, dude, I wouldn't know unless we actually, went and actually did this. Like, how do I know what's good and what's bad? I've never wired a car before. Now I have. Now I know how to do it. And I'll bet you if I bought another harness, I could do it better. I could do it probably 1,000 times better. Is it the truck stream only today? Yeah, man. Yeah, that's all I'm doing today. There's all the dash stuff all together. Yeah, Pi, it's just gonna take some time to get it right, dude. I know it's atrocious, guys. I know. You're not wrong. It's really bad. But, I've already started to fix the thing. Like, it's getting better. And I even found some connections that weren't good to begin with, so I got that going for me, which is nice. All these dang repair loops that I did for the frickin' all these dang repair loops that I did for the lights, it's just excess wire that I don't freaking need. Like, what am I gonna do with an extra 2 or 3 feet of repair loop underneath here? See, this was cable managed with zip ties, I'll be honest with you guys. It was cable managed. I cut it all up so I could, because some of it I had to cut and splice, because, once again, this is a GM harness. It's a GM harness, and it freaking it's a GM harness, and this is a Ford, so I had to, and it's an old Ford, so I had to really cut and splice a lot of things. Okay, so I'm slowly just cleaning up wires. Slowly. I know it's a piss poor video, but it's alive. Nice. That's cool, man. I'll take the relays and I'll just mount the relays up here. Okay. We're making progress. All right, what about you? Okay. Oh boy. Okay. I noticed some of the headlight harness right here for the turn signals is it's tangled up. It's tangled up with the ignition. Okay, so some of the electrical tape that I literally just ran, I have to untangle it. I've seen a lot of worse wiring, Theix. Oh, well, hey, that's good. Okay, so undo the brakes, left turn signal, and right turn signal. And of course, these are all different lengths because, yep, why wouldn't they be? Oh, I cut these wires all wrong. Yep, one of them is way too short to run with the rest of the harness. I'm gonna have to extend it. That's okay, not a problem. Some of it needs to be extended, some of it doesn't. So one lesson that I'm quickly learning is that you should probably just run the wire first, then cut and splice, not just cut and splice it and then run the wire. And you know, I'm gonna sit here and say like, oh, you know, I'm learning that. No, that I'm not learning it. I've learned it already because this is a mess. I made so much extra work for myself, but once again, that's just this. Like, that's That's just wiring, you know. I needed to learn. I needed to learn somehow. This is so messed up. Dudes, oh my gosh. This is getting ridiculous. More like, why? Ring. Oh, man. Holy crap, dudes. This is bad. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know what I should do here. I know the solution is just to keep going, Not gonna, the wire harness won't fix itself, but man, is it a mess. Some wires need to be lengthened by a couple of inches. Some need to be shortened by a couple of inches. Like, I gotta run the cables in the right spots. Like, oof. Just tape it into a huge ball and call it a day. It's a great idea. All right, here. Yeah, the service loops, they're just everywhere, man. I don't need this many. That's why, like, some of this stuff needs to be just cut. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Just snip all the ends, then it'll be wireless. We need a Bluetooth wire harness, man. The funny thing is that that's probably a thing. So I'm not cutting stuff out right now, per se, but I'm just undoing. I'm gonna undo stuff that I know how it works. And I know where it's supposed to go. I'm just gonna undo it. Wow, this is bad. All right, I'm just gonna, I've unplugged all these and now I don't know where certain wires go, which is probably great. That's probably good. I'm just gonna do the right thing and we'll vice grip it and just pretend we didn't see it. Yep, there you go. I just joined and thought we saw a skywalk, huh? Guys, I might need to take this whole thing out if we really wanted to do this right. What do you guys think? What do you think? Should I take this all out? Not redo it. I got to take it out to fix it and cut all the wires right. I got to take the whole harness apart. Yeah, Clayton, I'm coming down in favor of doing that. Just taking everything apart, which is a shame because I just finished the engine bay. It already works, Havocs. That's why I put it in like this, because I was getting it to work. I could just put this all back together and just leave it with all this extra slack here, but I don't want to. Because, once again, your feet are going to go right here, and that's not going to end well. And I have wires that, oh, jeez, okay. Yowza. Can you tidy it up afterwards? Well, it's not the afterwards part, Theix. I'm trying to tidy it up right now. I've already hooked this all up, guys. It all works. I know it works. It's just cleaning the harness. That's really it. That's really all we need to do. And that just basically involves undoing everything, completely unbuttoning the harness, and then running it again with the wires that are either cut or extended to the right lengths. Everything in the engine bay is wired correctly with the right length. It's just under the dash. That's all. Yeah. Could be killing me now that the fire retardant stakes in. I would have used Teflon wire. Yeah, I mean, okay. I'm not sure how that helps me, but I appreciate the input. Like, I don't know how that helps me in my current situation, saying I should have used Teflon wire, dude. But I know that's not what you're saying, so it's all good. Yeah. Okay. All this needs to be rerun. Thinking out loud is all. Yeah, I got you, my dude. Yeah, yeah, dude, this is, okay. Okay. It's a freaking mess under here. We're gonna have to redo it. I gotta cut all this. Why don't you simply eat the wires? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll get right on that, man. I'm getting a little overwhelmed here. Yeah, Havocs, that's really what we should do. I have all these stupid repair loops, and I don't want to tuck all that spaghetti underneath, you know? So I guess it's good that I know that the harness works, you know? I mean, that's always a good thing to know. Right? But, yeah, I gotta really... Yeah, we really gotta fix all this. Like this, the harness needs to go, like, up here. And I need it out of the way of the fuse box. That's actually, you know what? That's actually not gonna be that bad. It's not gonna be too bad. You know, if I... Here, let's do this. All right, so let's take everything that's not coming out of the fuse box, all right? Take everything that doesn't come out of the fuse box and we'll put it over here. We'll just have it go up for now. I'll just run these wires temporarily up. Up! All right, so these are my tack wires. We can get rid of those. All right, so all the gauge stuff here, or the steering column stuff, we can run behind there like that. That's what we'll do. That's how it is from the factory on the real GM harness. It kind of is on a connector and the connector goes up there, right? So we can do that, right? And then the light, I have all the light harness stuff out. So let's take this and I'll just put this up here and out of the way for now. We'll focus on just stuff that's coming up. Right. Okay, what about you? What is this? What is this wire? This is a light harness wire and it's coming from the firewall, so that's going to go this way. We can cut that to slack later. Right. This is the exciter wire. This can go that way. And this right here is the blower motor power. Let me just separate that for a second. All right. So cool. Now what we'll do is, well, basically I'll run all these wires again. So what wires do we already have run? Okay, this is to the ignition barrel. The ignition barrel goes right here. So those wires are all just a little bit too long. Just a teeny weeny bit too long. Doing a lot of wiring, I know that it can suck. I know that personally I've learned to just kick back and take your time. Yep. Yep. That's right, man. I'll take care of it. See all the rest of this stuff, though. Okay. So that needs to basically go, you guys cannot see a thing. This needs to basically go right here. And that's there. Everything is out of the way of the feet. Let me get some temporary zip ties. I'll use my white zip ties for the temporary ones. The darker zip ties are the ones that are really, really strong. So this needs to come out of here, and it basically needs to go right here. There we go. Just keep that. Zip tied right there. That's what that needs to do. Now, this is the wires for the ignition for the ignition barrel. The ignition barrel goes right there, right? And we have way too much wire. This wire needs to basically stop right here. So, what we'll do, that's the exciter wire. That also should be shortened because it's annoying. So this should come up here like this, and we need to figure out basically how long I want these to be. Right? We need to figure out how long these things should be. Right? Actually right there, right? Basically where my fingers are is how long I want them to be. They're about 15 centimeters too long. I'm going to take the tachometer wires and I'm just going to push them over here for now. Hello. Oh, hello, floor. Okay, so we got to cut and splice some of these wires. Or we could just cable them off. Yeah, no, maybe we could just cable them off. It's just cable management. That'll work. Yeah, here, look. It's not that much extra slack. This is supposed to go there, like that. And it just goes up and over. That's no problem. Yeah, that'll be fine. So, you know what? I'm just going to remount that. How does this... That's... It goes right there, not right there, idiot. Okay, so that's up and out of the way. How does that look down in there? Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, that'll work. Right? Yeah, perfect. This is for the windshield wipers right here. That's the coil. All right. Okay. Actually, just literally taking this and putting it up there is actually really making this a lot easier. All right, so now we just got to run the rest of the wires, man. Just got to figure out where they go. So this blue one right here, that's windshield wiper power. So that can run up with the rest of these wires. And this one is something that I put in kind of temporarily. So right? It's something that I put in temporarily so we can run it up there. And it goes into that spot right there. So let's just get ourselves some extra slack here. Okay, right there is where I need this to be. So, cut out about a foot of extra wiring there. It is a foot of wiring we did not need. And now I just need to make a bullet connector that goes into the bottom right there. Right in there. Just make sure I got a bullet connector from my bag of tricks. There we go. That bullet connector will fit. Excellent. So what we got to do is desheath the wire. Right. There we go. I know you're not supposed to twist off. People don't like it when you twist these things off, but yeah, it makes it easier to thread it in the damn hole. That's what she said. And, you know, as I say that, it promptly does the opposite of that. Okay, we got copper coming through into the bullet connector. Let me get some heat shrink. I didn't crimp this yet, so we can. Okay, so let's put this in here like this. Okay, now let's crimp it. I always like to double crimp this stuff. Now you just gotta kind of snake the heat shield on there. So what this heat shield is doing is basically giving myself a waterproof barrier right there. Just got to heat it up, and if you heat it, it shrinks. I know. Fun concept. Yeah, it's a little hot. My hand's getting a little burned right now, but that's okay. All right. Now, hold that power wire in there. And then let me find my wiper. The wiper attachment here. There we go. It doesn't want to do it. Doesn't want to thread on. All right. This is a weird kind of connector because it has to go around. See that? Like it has thread, but it has to screw in, and it's not here. I need like needle nose. A pair of needle nose should get me what I need here, because you can't use a regular drill bit, right? Like. I'm looking around for my needle nose pliers, which are not here. Okay, that's good. I just had these yesterday. Oh, there they are. All right. So I got myself a pair of needle nose, and I should be able to get it in there and twist the thing in. Why ain't she catching the thread? She doesn't want to catch it. Oh, come on, man. Come on. You sure the thread isn't somehow damaged? I don't think so, Viserys. Nope. No, it's not damaged. It's a little scuffed, but it's not damaged. Like, parts of it are shiny over another, but it's not that bad. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. I think I caught the thread, dude. This is great. What's that? Something went wrong. Retry. It's not loading for me. What, are you guys taking a break? Jeez. Tornado warning just issued here in Pinellas County. And at guess what time, as you always say? 4 o'clock. Oh, jeez. Please stay safe, man. There. That's not going anywhere. Okay, so the wiper is hooked up. Now, let me get the wiper knob. What we do is we put the wiper knob on. Put the dang old wiper knob on. And then there's a flathead. The flathead bolt right here. Okay, so off. 1 and 2. Cool. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can get it so the knobs, like the north, south, east, and west on the knob, are facing straight up. I'm gonna need a smaller screwdriver to do it. I can't fit the orange one in there. That's what she said. We're gonna need like one of those tiny computer screwdrivers, you know what I mean? Something kind of like this. Trying to see if I have anything small, like really small. Nah, nothing here. I gotta go inside for a second. I'll be right back. 1 second, guys. I can still hear this. Cool. Oh, nice and cool in the basement, man. Damn. Not in the garage, though. Oof. It's hot in here. There you go. I wonder if we can, like, tighten it from the bottom, maybe. Nah, it could, yeah, no, we really only have a good shot at it at the top. It's like it has play or something. Ow. Huh. Okay. Well, it's where it works, so it's fine. What state am I in? Massachusetts. I mean, wouldn't humans technically be like more liquid than anything? Liquid state? Solid state? Snakes can be liquid. Okay, so right now I'm running the radio ignition. See it right here. Okay, next wire. You guys can go back down here. All right, so what's the next wire coming up out of this thing? Fan power. We do not have an electric fan, so I am just going to run that to nothing. I'm going to run that with my radio wire, and we could use that for power for something else if we want to. Like if I want to have like disco lights or something. Okay. All right. Okay, next one. This one is the horn button. Okay. So the horn button basically just loops around and then it comes down through here. It's the loop, swoop, and pull. And then down here, I'm going to start another just zip. Zip. What the hell is that? Oh, old rubber band. We'll start a zip tie for the harness that comes down here. Okay. All right, what about the rest of these? What is this one? Okay, so this is the blower motor. So the blower motor can come up, and I'll run it with the fan power. So I'm running this up and underneath the dash. There's a tray that's at the bottom of the dash where you can run wires. That's where I'm running this stuff right now. Raid! Who's raiding? I'm under the dashboard of the truck, man. Who is raid? Ow. I just unplugged the camera. Come back, camera. Yeah, it was only me, but yeah, I did. What's up, Logic? Yo, did you jinx us again today or what? Because you didn't talk about like a rocket scrubbing or anything, did you? Because Falcon 9 scrubbed. No, I did not. I did not. It's not true. Hang on a second, guys. There it goes. What was the range violation? Airplane. That Tory Elon thread is gold. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Oh, no. Oh! Oh! Oh, man. So, they're showing a time lapse of Vulcan's stage, right? They're showing a time lapse. And Elon Musk says, when do the engines arrive? Soon. Would you like to drop by for a tour when they do? I know a guy who can get you in. Should I bring a few spare engines? I mean, just in case. Oh, what a dick. That's so bad. That's funny, but god dang, dude. What a savage. It's messed up. Funny, but messed up. Okay. Elon pulls out with a truck full of Raptors. I mean, Vulcan could do good with 2 Raptors at the bottom. Do better than the BE4, that's for sure. Alright. That's funny as hell, dudes. Jeez. Oh. Okay, next wire. What's this brown one do? That's the hazards. Okay, so the hazards can go right through here. Right? They'll go right through here, and then they'll find their way in here like this. Okay, we're actually narrowing this down. This actually isn't too bad here. So this guy, that one's gauge power. It's the one that we found that had the terrible crimp. So this one is going to run up It's going to run up here. And then I'll just put this with the rest of the dash for now. With the rest of the dashboard harness, which is hanging out of the out of the front here. Now, what about this one? What's this one? This is the horn switch. I thought I already ran this. Wait, what are these two then? So flashers, hazards, and then the horn button. Okay, those three will go through there like that. Excellent. These ones are we're probably going to cut these down to size here and have them kind of connect in the back like this. Now that leaves just one leftover wire here, which is my light power, the light switch power. So that's going to run up here and out through the dash. Okay. Hey, we're actually, look at that. Man, zip tying this off and looking at it that way just really changed everything. Look at this. See? This is the tack. We have to mess with the tack stuff, and then we can cut these wires down to size. It's actually a lot better. Very nice. Cool. Fresh off the press. F-150 police responder pickup named the best police car. Interesting. Huh. Well, it's kind of funny. Okay, so now I'm going to work on parts of the harness or parts of this that will go down for the rest of the dashboard harness. So like stuff that attaches to the steering column, like the flashers, directional control, the rest of the things that we were working on. Oh my God, okay. Jeez. Okay. So this is going to go down here through there. That's for the brakes. And of course it's not long enough. See if I can untangle it a little bit up here. Oof, it's really tangled up. See if we can get a little bit more slack out of it. Not really. Might be enough. Yeah, see, all this stuff is all different lengths. That's what makes this kind of look ridiculous. It's very overwhelming. Because you're like, oh my God, I don't know what any of this does. But if you sit here and you mess with it enough, it'll look, it'll eventually, you just kind of got to tackle one wire at a time. And then it'll make sense. All right, hold on. I'm starting to get this organized again. Okay, that's directional. That goes there. Okay. That looks really good now. Yeah, it's not nearly as much of a foot hazard. Exactly, dude. Yeah, it helped just zip tying this up in position. You know, Savvy kept telling me, like, oh, zip tie it, zip tie it, zip tie it. I'm like, okay. Oh, I hope I didn't break the freaking light bulb. Oh, figures that this one damn thing is freaking... Okay. Alright, so I have my 2 directional light indicators. These guys. These guys, we already cut those down to size, so they can come down here like this and go through my temporary loop. Right there. Cool. And then I'll hook all this stuff up later. Well, in a little bit. Okay. Now we have, these things have way too much slack. And it looks like I crimped the connectors, which is dumb. Okay, no problem. Ooh, truck. Yeah, dashboard wiring. So I finished the engine bay wiring, and the engine bay is great. Like, I'm really happy with it. But god dang, man, this is getting poopy doopy. What about you? What is this one? Right rear turn signal. Okay, so this one is going down here as well. Some of these are too short, some of them are way too long. I mean, I knew I didn't cut the wires right, but damn, this is ridiculous. Like, this is pretty frigging bad. Like, look, some of them are an extra couple of feet long. Jeez. Can you even get a wireless dashboard? I don't know. Maybe. Okay. So this red one is gauge power. Gauge power. Gauge power. Okay. So this yellow one isn't even enough to, the yellow one isn't even enough to hit the zip tie. So I'm gonna have to make more yellow wire and, or cut more yellow wire and fix that. It's not even enough to make it, okay. I would imagine a wireless dashboard is illegal. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Okay, now there's the light harness with these 10,000 lines of freaking repair loop that I did. Yeah, we need to not have that. See, look at all this. It doesn't, we don't need that much extra slack. Yep, okay. I'll probably cut the slack to like here so I can pull it out if I need to. Oh yeah, that's bad. Yeah, okay. All right, so Jeez Louise, okay. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to resolder some of these. They're way too long. Or just redo the connections. I wonder if I have enough connectors. I don't know if I have any of these types of connectors anymore. Something came undone. Some of my wires just came undone. Well, that just proves that the connection wasn't good enough, so that's not a bad thing, I suppose. Oh no. Oh crap. That's a connector from 59. Oh, it pulled itself out. Yeah, it's press fit, Steven. Oh, man. Yep. That's not good. That was not really a good thing to happen there. That green wire is press fit into this light bulb, right? Yeah, that's no good. I don't know how I'm gonna fix that. I might have a spare that we could cut and splice. Yeah, I might have a spare, actually. A spare one of those connectors. Can a replacement be found? I might have a spare, like I said. I have some spare dashboards. So here. NASA. Let's see, this is the old harness, and this is all the old equipment in here. No way. No way. You gotta be kidding me. Wow. Okay, I guess I had a spare. A little crusty. There it is. All right. Yeah, there's our spare. Sweet. Oh, that's useful. We got to clean it out a little bit. But, all right. Okay, guys, we're approaching 5 o'clock. Und it is date night mit Primo. Maybe hot glue or tape it or something? Yeah. Well, no, I can fix this. It's not a problem. I can resolder it. It's all good. I can resolder the harness. Yeah, that's totally okay. I just crimped it. It was just crimped in position, which is fine. And that it's probably better because that that means that connection wasn't good. Oh, why are you sending me messages? Stop sending me messages right now. Can you guys hear my phone going buzz, 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 buzz? Yeah, Thex, I just have a spare, so we can just use the spare. I'll just cut and splice that thing back in, and it should be fine. This is the light bypass wire, so the light bypass wire can go this way. Sweet. All right. Okay, guys. We made some pretty good progress today. I started, and this thing is starting to get pretty cleaned up underneath here. You know, I was a little worried for a second, but I think we're going to be okay. I just need to tackle this problem when we get back, and then run the wires a little bit more, and then we should be good. Run the wires like in the trays that are underneath here. There's trays down here. See the tray? We'll run it in the tray. I'll zip tie it down, and it'll be good. We got to extend some wires here and there, but that's not a problem. That may have been a video I sent. Dude, I've gotten like 20 messages in Discord throughout the day. Throughout the day, man. It's no problem. All right, I'm just going to leave this all the way it is, and we'll come back to it. We'll come back to it in a little while. Ending the stream here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually probably going to come over and finish a lot of this off stream, dudes. Yeah, I'll probably just do that. We're almost there. We are so close to getting this done right. I'm telling you, once the dash harness is figured out, once that's ready to go, I can start putting the interior in. And when I start putting the interior in, yeah, it's just literally brakes and exhaust from there. And then what I'll probably do is once over the entire truck. You know, like I'll once over all the suspension and everything. Oh. I'm sure that's good for it. It's only the fuel line gauge, whatever. Fuel line gauge wire. I didn't crimp it, did I? Nope. I'll once over all the suspension and everything, make sure that's all good, make sure the pitman arm's all buttoned up so the steering works. Yeah, and you know what I'll probably do is get some bushings, new bushings for the suspension and everything. But yeah, guys, it's almost done. It's almost done. It's getting there. It's really getting there. That's good. It's going to be weird having this thing ready, like running and driving. That's going to be really bizarre. In the time that I've owned it, it's been off the road longer than it's been on the road. You know? So, hey, Karen. Thank you for the bits. So, I am going to pop off here, and you're going to need another project car. Oh, I have another one. Don't you worry. You want to see? Want to see it? Here. Come here. I don't know how far that's going to go. We'll use the webcam, the light webcam. That has the, this is the one with all the slack. Come on, aperture. Whatever. Yeah, don't worry. I have another one in the wings. The coronet does need a lot of work. It needs a lot of work. But we'll fix it. So yeah, I have another one. Don't you worry. I have another one. Take your brakes on the cornet. Maybe the bleeder nipple is loose. Yeah, the Dodge is fun. I'm not really sure what I want to do with that thing. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Hey, Jebs. Dankeschön, mein friend. Mein Freund. Thanks, man. I didn't even have the alerter open. Dude, I really appreciate it. Dankeschön. Thanks, man. How are you? How's your stream life going? Bitte sehr. Ja. Let me take a look. Did you leave a message after the beep? How far will $10 of gas get me? Who cares? Smiles per gallon, not miles. Smiles per gallon, dude. Not miles per gallon. You're using the wrong metric. Streaming totally seldom. Much a lot of going in real life, but that's okay. Right on. Smiles per liter. That doesn't sound as good. It's smiles per gallon. Okay. But anyway, here, let's close this up, and you guys can get a good shot of it.